splash into this one first.
Yeah. Oh yeah, okay. I'll just leave it streaming.
Which other rooms is it?
PLG 42 and 43.
G42 and
PLG 42 and 43. But I think it's PLG 42 and 43, I think.
I'm fine. Is the plan requiring to film wide enough to receive interpret or not? I just wondering where.
There isn't. The
No,
reason why is there's
that's
one
fine.
person that needs you is going to be in the room.
Yeah,
So
that's
I'm
absolutely
going to point a
fine.
camera at you, but it won't go to the other room. There's another auditorium.
Okay.
An overspill.
Oh right.
So we're streaming
Okay.
to that other room.
Oh right.
Separate
Okay.
slides. I'm going to
But
pick you up for another
Derek's
camera.
going to be doing.
Be here all day. I'll be here.
Oh,
He'll
okay.
be popping into the other room to check that the other rooms are still running the stream, streaming live.
Right.
So as long as I've got a second camera for just signing,
Yeah.
when we come to put it online permanently on an edit,
Okay.
then I'll put you in,
Okay.
and then everybody will still get to see you.
Okay. So we
So
will
you'll
be
get
filmed.
recorded,
So
but
we will
not
get recorded.
streamed immediately to the rooms and
Okay.
not streamed.
Yeah. 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 No. That's fine.
Yeah, you'll definitely get a
Okay.
camera.
Okay.
Where you want to be, maybe if you could maybe.
Yeah. Where do you think? Where's good for you then?
Either on this side, that way from the screen, or
Yeah.
that side, that way from the screen. I think this one's easier for me to see.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hi, I'm fine. How are you? Good. I don't do it. I'm doing terrible tea.
Another one which is going to the scene. So if they're here, this will pick them up from a PA and from a microphone. They can't really wander around, so I don't want them to use Lavalier mics, but you can use this for Q&A at the end. But while they're presenting, they have to be here, because I've got a tight shot on the screen and that.
So they basically don't need the type more.
No. But you'll need this for Q&A.
Yeah.
So they have to be here, and then there's another couple of rooms with other people. And whatever comes out of this is going to morph through another radio pack, go through my camera to the other room. So basically we've got two mics transmitting to the room, this one, and that one will pick up everything from the PA.
Whoever asking questions.
You can go with the microphone to the question.
But they don't have the video.
No, just the sound.
Just the sound.
So no one in the audience gets
So
filmed.
they must
only
speak
the
with them to take that one.
Yeah, so if someone wants to ask a question, probably the easiest way, either you ask them to come to the front and ask the question with the microphone, and that way you can hear them and the signer.
It's not very loud.
There's a volume thing on here.
Is that also for this one?
Yeah, it's for the whole PA.
Testing. It's not. It's on. It's not.
It can be adjusted, but I don't want it because it starts speeding back. Just speak really loud. That's the only thing. It's a pretty small room, so you don't really need that much.
Probably would need to speak to the speakers so that
Testing.
Right. You're good.
Right.
So as long as they stay here, let's pick them up. And if the signer's going to be here, just off to the side, the signer's just the person who's in the room. I'm going to film the signer for the whole thing anyway, but that won't get transmitted, that will be in the edit after. Okay?
That sound's coming through perfectly when you're actually speaking at the front desk. So
Good, good. So the levels are all set, because I've got about 10 different levels.
there's something on this laptop.
Just that then. So we're working on the video.
Yeah, fine, totally fine.
Do you want to just, maybe, whenever you've got a minute, come back and just recheck?
Yeah, just double check. Are you okay to try and apply?
Good, good. And this is the video. I was to bring it on a disc. What we've done is they're here. Here's from the University of Stratford. Hello, can I just show something? Am I okay there? Yes. Fantastic. How are you? I've got a bit of It's fine. Can I show you something? Yes. Your presentation is there you go, transition stage. Let's just take this to the beginning. So I'm going to set it on the beginning, but this is your last slide. I've replaced that embedded video with this clip, but when you get here, just open this. Oops, we're not always there, is it? Let's just leave it open like this. Do we need this?
No, because I think at the beginning.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I need something on the screen.
No, that's fine.
I'll get Katie to come and make sure that definitely happens.
Yeah, that's fine. So rather than doing this now, we use YouTube. Is that okay? So you just
Maybe just if you can let it load, Mariella, so that it's fully loaded.
How do I do that?
It should. If you okay, then pause, and then it should start to buffer.
Doesn't do it. It's okay. It works fine. We played it all the way through. It doesn't stop. No, it's
not a
fine.
problem at all.
Yeah. So yes, it's right here.
Yeah,
You just do that.
I'll do that. I can help you.
Okay.
And her slides is the third one.
Yeah. And there you go.
Yeah, you just like press like F5 and then you can use this one to move it forward and backward. So escape.
So F5.
I'll be with you.
You'll sort it.
Yeah. Just one thing.
Hi. Yes. Hello, Heather. Good to meet you.
Just one thing. When you start your presentation, would you just like stick to the middle of the podium because we are video everyone, and at the same time, if we've got more audience, we will put them to another room, and we're doing live streaming of the So in order for you to be able to control the screen, you have to like to be a bit there, and then your voice will be picked up by this mic. So it would be good if you stand closer to this area. Okay, that's fine. Okay, and ESL interpreter is next to you.
Okay, that's fine. So you'll be here to set up the presentation, and Katie will make sure that the one challenge I have with the workshop is and I can't let the infection so it's a bit of a disadvantage to do, but just so we can also if anybody passes
That's okay, because we also have help mic for our Q&A, and the audience has to speak through the mic because that would allow the audience to be picked up by the live streaming system. Yeah. Okay. Otherwise, people in the other room will not be able to hear. Thank you very much.
Stand here.
Of the podium, so that the video can capture your image.
Yes.
And also, it would be great if you stand a bit close to this mic because that would allow it to pick up your voice.
Right.
If you stay away from it.
Can you hear me okay?
Try not to stray too far.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. And the beginning of the drive will be standing right there.
Okay. Great. That's fine.
Hi there, I'm one of the BSL instructors.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, I've seen your notes.
Right. Okay.
Are you talking kind of through that? Or
No, it's pretty much straight through.
yeah, I was going to say, so you're just picking out images from
Yeah.
that. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Are you here? Can you hear okay? Can you hear my voice and their voices?
If you had, I can see them, but that's
Right.
and there's nothing to see. That's fine. I'm gonna, me and my colleague Yvonne, we're going to be standing somewhere around here, so you can just, well, if you, yeah,
Great.
yeah, but I don't think Q&A after each there's a longer Q&A here. Should we have just a few questions open to one?
Well, I think we should just stick to the program. Isn't that right?
Yes. I'll ask here. right. Okay, also Rachel's there and she'll keep me right as well. Excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning. Good morning. Can I just check I'm coming through loud and clear? Okay. I'm Gillian McCluskey and I'm head of the Institute for Education, Community and Society here in the School of Education at Edinburgh University. It is with huge pleasure that I've been given the opportunity to welcome you this morning. I can see from the list of participants that are a really diverse group of people, and that always leads to very good arguments and good conversations. Things to learn today, things to share, and I think what the idea of taking the agenda forward and the research agenda forward is really timely. So on behalf of the School of Education, I really want to welcome you. Enjoy the day. I think the numbers are great in terms of the diversity you've got as well, so just take every opportunity to enjoy it and get as much out of it as you possibly can. It's a privilege and a pleasure to have this event here today and it to be offered by the Centre for Research for Education, Inclusion and Diversity. CREED has done fantastic work, both for the School of Education, but perhaps more importantly, for the field, for practitioners, for people doing the day-to-day work with young people, with children and young people and their families over recent years. And we're really privileged to have the centre here in the university. So actually all the involvement, contributions that you make enable that work to go on and to really thrive and to be critical in the best sense of that word. So don't hang back. If you've got things to say, please do say them, please share them. We all learn much more when we do that. So thank you very much for coming. Enjoy the day, and I really look forward to hearing how you all get on. I know that I will hear about this later on as well. Thank you.
Right, well, can I add my welcome to Gillian's? I'm Sheila Riddell and I'm director at the centre here. Is the noise, the volume okay? It sounds a bit echoey to me, but anyway, it's all right. I have a few domestic arrangements to draw to your attention. So if there is a fire drill, we'll leave in an orderly fashion and one is not planned. So it's a real one if we do hear it. I hope you've all found the tea and coffee outside, and we get some more tea and coffee later on in the day. We have lunch in Chapter's restaurant. Now, Chapter's restaurant is in the basement of this building here. And there are plenty of people around who know where it is, so we will lead you. It's accessible because there is a lift going down. So if anybody has accessibility requirements, that's not a problem. There are stairs, but there's also a lift. Breakout discussion groups. I think there's a green sheet inside your pack. And I think green sheets inside your packs, and I think that will give you details of where the rooms are and so on. And I think we're letting people split just as they see fit and hoping that it ends all right on the night, as it were. So I think that should be okay. And Grace, actually, who is our administrator here, has done a fantastic job, as ever, in fixing up lots of signage so that we hope nobody gets lost and doesn't reappear ever again. As far as feedback goes, we always want to have feedback from the events that we organise, but we recognise that sometimes people get bored with filling out evaluation forms. So we use a very simple method. In your pack, there is a sticky note, just a post-it thing. And so at any point during the day, or please before you leave, write something that you've liked about the day, but also anything at all that you think we could improve next time round. So any comments at all are very, very welcome, and we really take notice of what people say. And you can stick them on that board there. So we would be really grateful if you do that. As you can see, we are doing some filming, and we hope that that's okay. If anybody is film phobic and really doesn't want to appear, just let us know and we'll make sure that doesn't happen. And similarly, Grace takes a few photographs that we put up on our website. But again, if anybody would rather not be photographed, just let us know and make sure that doesn't happen. So, I am chairing the day, and one of my jobs is to keep speakers to time, so I'm going to be waving these things. This is a bit of a joke, by the way, because I'm notorious for being a bad timekeeper. So I shall try to improve on that. But we do have speakers who are going to be looking at the issue of post-school transitions of young people with additional support needs from different angles. I'll be introducing each speaker in turn. But we have people from the voluntary sector, from law, from Scottish Government, and we also have an academic, Emma Smith from Dublin, who's going to be able to give us a view from Ireland. So that's always useful, having a different bit of perspective there. And we're going to finish off the day with a panel discussion. This obviously is a very, very important topic. Since the economic crash of 2008, young people have been affected disproportionately by the problem of joblessness. And young people with special and additional support needs have been affected worse than most. And so now that it looks like there is some improvement in the economy, we really do need to be thinking seriously about how young people are going to be engaged in the labour market, in further education, or in whatever they want to do next, so that we don't have the problem of a generation of disengaged young people, because we know from previous experience that generations that leave school at a point of recession, that this can affect them throughout their lives, and we obviously don't want that to be happening. So I'm going to start off by introducing our first speaker of the day, who is Ian Nisbet from the Govan Law Centre. Ian is Head of Education Law at the Law Centre, and he has done an enormous amount of work over the years in making sure that young people with additional support needs, their parents, practitioners, policymakers are aware of the legal framework in Scotland. Because of course it's really important to pass legislation and have noble sentiments written into policies, but unless people are able to realise their rights in practice, then the paper documents are not actually worth very much. And there are particular issues, obviously, for particular groups, looked after children, people living with social disadvantage, and so on. So Ian is going to give us an overview of the legislative context, but we also recognise that Ian has been a mainstay in ensuring that the law actually works as it should do. So over to you.
Thank you very much, Sheila. That's a very kind introduction. Yeah, my name is Ian Nisbet, and I am going to talk a little bit about the legislative framework for post-school transitions for pupils with additional support needs. My normal style is that I wander around a bit, but I've been told not to do that. So if I start straying from the desk, somebody can remind me and I'll come and stay, so that I'm picked up by the microphone and by the camera there. There's a fairly full handout in your pack here, so you probably won't need to take many notes, but there's more than half an hour's worth of stuff here, so I'm not going to go through all of this line by line. You may struggle to follow my train of thought. It's not going to be exactly what's in there, but you do have that to take away with you, and for further reference, my contact details are there if you disagree with anything I've said at a later stage, or if you want to ask any questions or whatever. And Sheila is absolutely right about the background that I'm coming from. It's a law centre that I work at, and very much the ethos of law centres is about making rights real for people, and our view is that a right is only meaningful if that right can be enforced. And so some of the stuff that I'll be talking about is about what happens when things go wrong and the transition process doesn't work as it's supposed to. Sometimes we get accused of being a little bit negative because you want to concentrate on the positive stories and when things go right and so on. But actually our experience is at that subset of cases where things haven't gone as they're supposed to, and about what the law can do about trying to make those situations right again. So I absolutely acknowledge that there are many examples of good practice and so on, but in terms of the people who consult us and the telephone advice and email advice that we give to parents, people don't usually phone us up just to tell us how good a job that their school are doing. But we know that that takes place, so please don't mistake what I'm saying as some kind of universal condemnation of the education system. But we are going to be focusing a little bit on when things go wrong as well. I've started off in the handout by looking at some of the definitions, because the ages of pupils is one of the key sort of determinants in the law that as to when you would end up leaving school, and the legislation defines somebody as being of school age if you're between the ages of 5 and 15, and if you're younger than 5, then you're kind of in that preschool stage, and if you're older than 15, if you're 16, or above, then you're older than school age, and you would be allowed to leave school at that point. And at age 16 and 17, you are, for educational law purposes, a young person. And then when you reach your 18th birthday, you are no longer a young person. Legislation doesn't go on to tell you what you become at that age. You're certainly probably not an old person at that point, but the terminology of young person ceases to apply there. And that can cause some difficulties, as we'll see a little bit later on. In terms of school leaving age, which is the age at which you are allowed to leave school, that occurs at age 16, but the law does something quite clever, because it doesn't just say on your 16th birthday you're allowed to leave school, because that it would be impractical. People's birthdays fall sometimes, in the middle of a school year, or right in the midst of exam season or something like that. So there are 2 leaving dates. You'll be familiar with this. Depending on when your birthday falls, you'll be allowed to leave school either in the winter leaving date, which is the last day before the Christmas holidays, or the May leaving date, the sort of 31st of May. The summer leaving date is actually called, although this is Scotland, so summer hasn't always arrived by the 31st of May. The 31st of May is the summer leaving date. Depending on when your birthday falls, the actual date on which you're allowed to leave school might be a little bit before your 16th birthday, or conversely it might be a little bit after your 16th birthday. I remember having a conversation with a 16-year-old local resident in Govan who had come into our office to find out if she was allowed now to leave school, and she was very disappointed to learn that even though she had attained the age of 16, she was not yet entitled to leave school and had to wait until the leaving date, and left a little bit downhearted, I'm afraid. But that is just the way that the system works. So sometimes it's earlier and sometimes it's later. One of the important points to know is that school leaving date is the date on which the pupil is entitled to leave school, and the requirement on parents to ensure that their child attends school falls away at that point as well. It does not mean that the pupil can be forced to leave school, and this is a popular misconception. Often we get calls round about May, June time from concerned pupils, concerned parents, who are being told by the head teacher of their school often that because they are 16, the school doesn't have to keep them on anymore, and that it might be best if they considered an alternative route rather than continued school education. And that is not the case. It is the child or the young person who has that decision to make, and if they want to continue at school, then unless the local authority are going to exclude them, then they have the right to remain at school. And that is advice that we have to give every year. And I understand that can be frustrating for schools, because I sit on a local attendance council, and often we're dealing with 15-year-olds who are not attending school very often, and I will pose the question, what are you planning to do next year? Well, I'm going to go back to school, but obviously not very often. Yeah, that can be frustrating for schools. You've got people who are in school and not really engaging properly, but that is the legal framework. It is the pupil's decision and not the school's decision there. And it's important that we note that changeover from child to young person, and I'm saying it's the pupil's decision rather than the parent's decision, because at that age, unless there is a mental incapacity or some other reason that the pupil can't make the decision for themselves, then it is the pupil's decision rather than the parent's decision at that point. And the school's discussions about things like transition and so on ought to be therefore primarily with the pupil, and that will be the case for most pupils with additional support needs. It's important to note that just because we're talking about pupils with additional support needs, we don't automatically assume that it's a discussion with the parents. If the pupil is happy for the parents to be involved, that's absolutely fine, and the parents will have a valid input into that. But the primary legal actor in that sense is the pupil, and it's important that the school remembers that point as well. In terms of the transition process, so for somebody who is leaving school and going on to post-school, the legislation, the Additional Support for Learning legislation, sets out a transition process, and it really is no more than a framework, because it doesn't specify the destination, and it is necessarily broad because it has to deal with all the range of pupils with additional support needs, from things that are going to have a very major impact on the child for post-school and the provision that's going to be made there, to pupils who have additional support needs that may only last for a few months or may only arise in the context of transition, and everyone in between are all covered by this legislation. And it's basically a three-stage obligation that lies with the Education Authority. And the timing of it is important to note as well, because it is fixed and tied to the likely date that the pupil will finish their school education. So that is not always known in advance, but it's important therefore to have those discussions and to get an idea at an early stage. And you might be having those discussions as the pupil reaches 14 and a half, 15, because that is a stage at which they might choose to leave school. But in fact, for many pupils, they would choose to stay on at school, further studies and so on, and so it might be that the transition process itself wouldn't start until maybe the pupil is 16 or 17, and you're looking ahead to a leaving date that is closer to their 18th birthday. And the three duties are basically a duty to gather information, a duty to pass on information, and a duty that is in relation to the final year at school. And the timings of those are significant, because the legislation is quite specific that the duty to gather in information about what provision is available and what provision might be suitable for the pupil on leaving school is a duty that applies as at 12 months before the likely date of transition. And unlike a change from one school to another school, so when you're changing from primary school to secondary school, there is a similar set of regulations that deal with a transition duty there. It talks about having to pass on information and exchange information so on 12 months before the child starts their new school. Well, that gives you until the August. This is a duty about 12 months before the child is likely to leave school, which might be in May or June of the year, and therefore actually starting a transition process at the beginning of S6, let's say, in the August or September, more realistically, once you've got past the first few weeks of back to school and so on, is too late. That is too late in terms of the legislation to begin a transition process. And the Code of Practice is very clear on that point, that the 12 months deadline and the 6 months deadline that we're coming to represent the end point of that phase. So if you have a pupil who is due to leave in June, then by June of the year before, the legislation would suggest you would already have completed that process of gathering information about likely supports and provisions that are available that might be suitable for this young person on leaving school. And that is the first phase of the transition process. It's about gathering in information. And that, in many cases, will be a multi-agency process. It will involve colleges or universities. It may involve the careers service. It may involve social work colleagues. It may involve health colleagues. And the legislation imposes the duty on the Education Authority as being the focal point and the person who is gathering in that information. And that should be completed, or at least well underway, 12 months before the person is due to leave school. And the code of practice is a little bit misleading on this point, because it suggests that the duty for post-school transition does not apply to all pupils with additional support needs. And I think that is slightly misleading, and that what I would recommend, if you have a code of practice, is that you go and you find that paragraph in the code of practice and just score it out, because it will lead you into, I think, dangerous ways of thinking. There is certainly a big variance, and some transition processes will be very involved with meetings and with different agencies being involved, and multiple revisions of the same plans and so on. And other transition processes will be much less intensive. You will have transition processes that amount to little more than a discussion with the pupil and a perusal through a few prospectuses. And that is fine, but you would want to be in a position when somebody comes back to you with a tribunal reference, which we're going to look at in a minute, and says you haven't done a transition process, to be able to point at something that you have done. So it's always useful to have a paper trail in relation to the steps that you have taken. And the duty does apply to every child, every young person with additional support needs. The extent to which you'll have to do things to fulfil that duty will vary immensely between pupils. The second stage of the transition duty comes around 6 months before the pupil is due to leave school. And again, that should represent the end point of this stage. And that is about passing on information. So passing on information about the pupil, about their additional support needs, with the pupil's consent, to the receiving agencies. So if the pupil is going on to college, and maybe they're going to have support staff there that's organised through social work, well, those are the appropriate agencies to whom that information needs to be passed on, so they can begin making their own preparations in terms of further education, in terms of the social work support that's needed there. It may be that the pupil is going on to supported accommodation. Well, the providers there will need information about the pupil's additional support needs and how they're best met, so that they can begin their preparations. Maybe they're going on to employment of some sort, or some kind of work training, and in which case it's those providers that will need the information. And that transfer is to take place 6 months beforehand. Now, sometimes that won't be possible, because you won't know whether a pupil has been accepted onto a particular course. You might need to wait until the exam results are in, or whatever. You might need to wait until your colleagues in social work have confirmed funding or self-directed support arrangements. There may be a number of things that aren't ready there. To the extent that it is possible, you're required to do so 6 months before the likely transfer date. To the extent that that isn't possible, it's as soon as possible is the time limit. So you would be ready to pass the information on as soon as it is known what the destination is, and you should be ready and prepared to do that. And the final duty is perhaps the most important duty of all, which is in terms of the authority's own practice during the final 12 months of school education, and with a view to the likely destination and the likely skills that the pupil will need, and the likely preparation that they will need. The duty to make adequate and efficient provision for a child's additional support needs, which is a duty that applies to all pupils with additional support needs across the board throughout their school education. That has to be applied with a view to what is coming next. And the Code of Practice gives some very good examples about this. So pupil leaving school, going on to college, will need to be a confident, independent traveller. Well, that might not have arisen in the school curriculum so far, but it's something we need to be looking at in particular in that final 12 months. And we'll spend some time looking at that and put together plans to make sure that the pupil is as ready as they can be for that particular change. So, as I say, to my mind, that is perhaps one of the more important of the three duties. They're all important, of course, but that is one that is particularly important. And again, if you have been prepared in the other two duties and you have the information available to you in good time, you will be better placed to fulfil that third duty, which is of making provision in accordance with what is likely to be coming next. So those are the three duties that apply in relation to all pupils with additional support needs in respect of the post-school transition process. You will note from that there is no duty within there to secure an appropriate post-school provision. There is nothing said about what the end outcome of that is. So from an education authority point of view, the duty is to make sure that you are having the discussions with the right people, that the planning is beginning at the right stage, and that you're doing what you can to prepare the pupil for whatever post-school scenario awaits them. But the education authority doesn't bear a duty in terms of securing appropriate post-school provision. That duty lies with the other agencies in terms of the legislation that governs them. So from an education point of view, it is about making sure that you have the right discussions with the right people at the right time. And if you're doing that, then you've ticked all those boxes. And actually, 9 times out of 10, doing that is the best way of maximising the chances of securing an appropriate post-school provision. Many of the inquiries that we get from parents worried about post-school provision, the story is not just that nothing is in place, but the story is also that nobody has begun talking about this until very late on in the day. And of course that makes it much more difficult to get something appropriate in place. But certainly it is not the case that the Education Authority has to guarantee an appropriate post-school placement. It's about finding out what's out there and preparing the pupil for that. Now, I did say that I was going to talk a bit about what happens when things go wrong, and that's this part of the presentation. And you'll be aware of the dispute resolution processes that are built into the Act. So those include mediation, and that is always a good first option where people's relationships have perhaps got stuck. There's a dispute that can be worked on with an independent mediator to try and get people back round the table and to get things talking again. Independent adjudication is less relevant for this particular type of dispute because there is now, following the 2009 amendments to the 2004 Act, a specific tribunal jurisdiction in relation to post-school transitions. So where it is said that the authority have failed in one of the 3 duties that we were talking about earlier, the pupil, or if the pupil is still a child, or if they're a young person who doesn't have capacity, the parent on their behalf has the right to make a reference to the additional support needs tribunals. Now, that is not very often used, and part of the reason for that is that in relation to the other types of things that can go to the tribunal, these are decisions in the main. So the authority has a duty to tell you, we're refusing your placing request, or we've made such and such a decision about your coordinated support plan. And in that letter, there is a duty to tell the parent or the pupil about their right of appeal to the tribunal. But in relation to references that are about a failure to comply with transition duties, there is no decision process that triggers that duty to inform the parent or the pupil about the right of appeal. The authority is not going to write to the pupil to say, we are of the view that we have failed in this transition duty, and by the way, here is a right of appeal. That is not a duty that lies with them, and it's an unlikely course of action for the authority to take. The authority presumably is either completely unaware of their duties or of the view that their duties have been complied with. But it is an important power. As I say, it has not been much used. There have been a handful of references, none that have gone to a full hearing. And our view within the Law Centre is that it is most useful as a fairly stern reminder to the authority of their duties. What we would say to parents is that this is a reference, if you're going to make use of it, that needs to be put in at an early stage. So really, if you are entering into your final year at school as a pupil with additional support needs, and there have been no transition discussions yet, then unless you are very confident that they are about to start very soon and to go really well, then you should be seriously considering a reference to the tribunal to ensure that those duties are enforced. The authority in that circumstance is already in breach because you are closer than 12 months to the leaving date. And it is in that context that we have seen it being quite effective in ensuring that the Education Department, Social Work Department and others who are supposed to be involved get that involvement up and running and treat it with the seriousness that it deserves. And it is unlikely, I think, that many of those cases will progress to a final hearing. There is very little point in bringing a reference to the tribunal in May when it is very clear that transition has been, because there's no time for the tribunal to do anything realistic about that. The key thing is to ensure that the Education Authority are aware of their duties and reminded of their duties in advance, and a tribunal reference won't be necessary therefore, or if it is necessary, to get it in at an early stage. Certainly in terms of my own child, my son Luke started secondary school on Thursday. That was exciting. And I started talking to his primary school about transition, I think when he was in P4. So they had plenty of notice that this was important to me, and I have to say they and the secondary school and everybody did a very good job of that transition process and so on. So it's that kind of forward thinking that I think we need to have in mind. I want to say a word very quickly in my last 1 minute, I think, before I stop for questions, about the Equality Act. Because it is relevant to this and comes into play specifically because there is this issue about when you reach the age of 18, you're no longer a young person, and the knock-on effect of that is that a lot of the 2004 Act ceases to apply because it talks about children, it talks about young people. The Education Authority have a duty towards children and young people with additional support needs, and when you reach the age of 18 you're neither of those things, and a lot of the legislation just falls away, and it's a really kind of an odd phenomenon because in terms of school leaving age we've got this quite nice, when is your birthday, let's look at when the end of term is and so on, whereas when you reach 18 it's like a brick wall or a cliff face. It's just the legislation falls away. And so where disputes arise about whether a child should stay on for an additional year at school, for example, or in terms of what provision needs to be made for the pupil post their 18th birthday and so on, there isn't that same protection in terms of the legislation. And so we often do look to the Equality Act because it refers not to children and not to young people, but to pupils. And a pupil can be somebody of any age. So you've got that protection there if you're a disabled pupil. So it's a smaller subset, it's not everybody with additional support needs, but disabled pupils have the protection of the Act in terms of reasonable adjustments duty, in terms of a duty not to put in place policies and practices that are going to indirectly discriminate, make things harder for disabled pupils and so on. There is also potentially an age discrimination issue. You know, if you're being told you have to leave school because you've turned 18, and that's the only reason, then there may be an issue with that. That's being tested in a court case that we're involved in at the moment, so I don't really know the answer to that yet. And it's a bit of an interesting one because age discrimination doesn't apply at all to anyone up to the age of 17, which is ironic because that in itself is a form of age discrimination, I would have thought. But once you reach the age of 18, if there is a discrimination based on your age, then there's potentially an issue, and I don't put it any higher than that because I don't want to tempt fate in relation, but the courts are looking at that at the moment, so there may be an issue there in relation to age discrimination. But the primary focus in terms of the Equality Act is really disability discrimination. So although the one piece of legislation falls away, there may still be access to the tribunals in terms of the Equality Act for disabled pupils, and there are things that can be done there. I have, time's up, I exhausted my time now. I do have, I think, 5 minutes for questions. And I'm not going to be around for the Q&A bit at the end here. I do have to rush away to take another appointment. I will be back for the panel right at the very end, but there's an opportunity now for any questions that you may have arising immediately from that presentation.
I'm a specialist teacher for dyslexia. One of the things that myself and other colleagues have noticed is where schools will identify that people may have dyslexic tendencies through using a screener, they're not always formally assessed or diagnosed prior to going to college or university. And then there is a greater onus on the college or university to pick up that need. What responsibility does the school or education authority have, whether they suspect dyslexia in a young person, to actually formally diagnose it, so to ensure there is a proper transition into further or higher education?
Yeah, I mean, it's a sad reality. Neither the definition of additional support needs nor the definition of disability in terms of the Equality Act require a formal diagnosis. It ought to be enough to say, we recognise that the child has these particular difficulties, responds well to these particular supports, and we're comfortable, therefore, the child has additional support needs, and this is the provision we're going to make. Similarly, from a college point of view, there's no need for a formal diagnosis if they've got the evidence from the school as to all of that and so on. Realistically, in practice, it still seems to make a difference, and that is not as it ought to be. But I think, yes, if I were the parent of a dyslexic pupil in that situation, I would very much be pressing for a formal diagnosis. And there are the tools within the Act to make a formal assessment request and so on to try and trigger that prior to the Transition Act.
Because an HE would require a DSA, Disabled Student Allowance Report.
Sure.
There's funding for software and technology.
Yeah, sure. So there is a specific requirement in terms of that funding, but in terms of the two pieces of legislation, neither of them are formally diagnosis dependent, but realistically it does make a difference. And so I think that it is probably in the child and the pupil's best interests that that is formalised at an early stage.
Hiya. The new Children and Young People's Act talks about children up to the age of 18 rather than up to the age of 16. Talks about young people beyond that. What impact does that have on the ASL Act guidance and what you've just been talking about?
Yeah, so the Children and Young People Act, although there is a big area of overlap with the additional support needs legislation, actually doesn't amend the Act very much at all. There's some very minor amendments in terms of some of the terminology, but the age limits for child and young person, as I've described, stay the same as they are for education purposes. And then in terms of the Children and Young Persons Act, you've got these slightly different definitions. So, I mean, the main impact is just to confuse people a little bit, because you've got another set of definitions in terms of, so a child in one context, legislative context, is up to 16, in the other legislative context is up to 18, and yeah, that's not very helpful, but yeah, I didn't write the legislation.
Hi, I work for the Scottish Council of Deafness. I'm curious as to what influence you see human rights approach to the situations that you're dealing with, and what difference that might be making now.
Sure. I mean, actually, not a huge amount. The European Convention on Human Rights, which is the main international obligation that has been incorporated into UK law, and in particular into Scots law, has, as you'll be aware, in the first protocol, a specific part on education. And there is a right to education, and then there's subsidiary parts about the parents' philosophical and religious convictions and so on. But that right to education, in terms of the jurisprudence of the European Court, doesn't necessarily entitle you to particular types of education. It doesn't entitle you to a right to go to special school or mainstream school. That has been tested, for example, in the courts, and the courts have said, well, we actually leave a lot of that to the individual states. So in the context of education law, you're primarily looking at domestic legislation, which is pretty advanced in terms of giving that specification and giving the mechanisms for challenging decisions and so on. So I think it definitely ought to be informing the approach that people take, and we see that in the domestic legislation, that increasingly there is a rights-based language and approach coming into that, and we'll see more of that with the new legislation that's coming following the consultation to give children rights specifically in relation to additional support for learning, whereas at the moment it's primarily a parental rights piece of legislation. But in terms of, is it useful in terms of giving you additional rights that the domestic legislation doesn't, it doesn't really do that. But I think it is important in terms of the approach and in terms of the thinking about how we understand those rights.
Hello, Paul Hart from Sense Scotland. I wanted, Ian, if you could explain to what extent the duties that you outlined there apply to the local authority and not particularly to the education or the social department of a local, because one crunchy area is the handover from education to social work.
That is an excellent point. The legislation in terms of both the Equality Act, the bits that we're talking about anyway, and the Additional Support for Learning Act talk about the Education Authority. The definition of the Education Authority is the whole council for that area. So it is Edinburgh City Council here, or City of Edinburgh Council, I think it is, isn't it? Sorry. City of Edinburgh Council, who are the education authorities. So my view is that that does bind the social work department as well. There's some really clunky bits in the legislation that talk about if you become aware that by exercising non-education functions you could help education functions to be more effective in meeting a child's needs, then you've got to try and it's a kind of an odd way of talking about this interdepartmental relationship, which doesn't always work well. And I think that it is pretty clear that the legislation does apply to the whole council, including social work, but that social work are usually unaware of that. I mean, I think that's probably a fair comment. And so one of the things that is useful about having an awareness of the rights basis for the transition and about the ability to take that to tribunal where necessary is that it is a stark reminder that actually this is not something that you can take a step back to as one department of the authority and leave it to another authority, that from that point of view those two do need to both be involved. It's not appropriate in every case, but obviously for children and young people where that is appropriate, they both do need to be involved at that early stage. Is this please stop talking question?
Being very unchair-like, to ask a question. Is that okay? How well is the legislative framework working for people experiencing social disadvantage, including looked after children? Because of course, young people increasingly have the right to bring cases themselves, use the legislation themselves, but one of the main things about being socially disadvantaged is you're in a very disempowered situation. Do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, I mean, it is an area of priority for us, because I think the point you're making is exactly right, that it is precisely those pupils who may lack effective parental advocates who may need them the most. In terms of looked after children, I mean, usually one advantage is that the social work department are pretty engaged in many cases, not universally, and so that part of it is useful. But what you don't necessarily have is someone taking that role of reminding people and saying, look, we need to have a meeting, the kind of role that the parent would ordinarily be taking, often even where the child is over the age of 16. And so I think there is a real role for the voluntary sector to empower looked after young people, looked after children, and to inform them of their rights and to support them in making sure that that is not lost on those who are supposed to be fulfilling their duties. So I think there is still some way to go on that.
One of
of the concerns I had, you talked about the variety of transition planning or the information gathering.
Yes.
Is dependent on the child. Who decides how much information is needed, and are there any kind of standards that people could be measured against in terms of that kind of level of input?
I mean, that is one of the problems of having a very general phraseology. Yeah, I mean, it talks about gathering from appropriate agencies that information that might be relevant. So there's room for debate, I guess, on both of those words. It's primarily a job for the Education Authority to have that, to make that determination in the first instance. But in doing so, they have to seek and have regard to the views of the young person. And if the young person doesn't have capacity, then the views of the young person and the views of the parent in doing so. So where the parent or the young person is of the view that, hey, you need to talk to these people because I'm quite interested in going to that particular provision, then that really ought to be done. And actually that is one of the things that you can take to the tribunal. If the authority are not having regard to the parents' views, having regard to the child's views in the process, and are not following up suggestions like that, that is one of the things that the tribunal will look at.
Right. Eva, shall we? I'm just looking at the time here because we need to move on to Scott. But have you got a very quick question?
A very quick question. Eva Jonna from Sweden. I was a bit curious about this multi-agency work you were talking about. Is it a legal obligation or duty having this multi-agency process, and do they meet on a regular basis? I mean, different professionals.
It is specific to the transition process. So the transition process imposes a duty on the Education Authority as like the lead agency to ensure that relevant appropriate agencies are involved in the process. So that will vary from young person to young person. For some young people, it will be very relevant to speak to the health board. For other young people, that will be irrelevant because they don't have any health issues. So it's not compulsory in every case, but what the legislation says is where it is appropriate, then the duty lies with the authority to bring those people into the process.
Well, Ian, that was a really, really interesting Ian has to nip off now. We're hoping that he's going to be coming back later on. So hope the next bit of the day goes well, and I hope you haven't kept your bit too long because we're telling you leaving speak. Anyway, we're very pleased to welcome Scott Reed, who is from the Association for Real Change, ARC, in Scotland. And Scott has over 19 years' experience of working in voluntary and statutory sectors. He's a registered social worker and holds a master's degree in social work. He's also worked as a researcher for the Scottish Recovery Network and as a health psychologist. So in the voluntary sector, Scott has run transition services for children and young people with learning disability and additional support needs. And he's been with ARC since 2012. He takes a person-centred and holistic view of his work, and I think that he has some very interesting things to say about the transition process as it's working at the moment. So over to you.
Hopefully. Just to let you all know, public speaking is like my Everest. Can you all hear me and things? Yeah. So if I get a little bit lost, it's actually because I'm kind of in the middle of a holiday too, and if I start flying you for shows, it's because I've been mostly at the Edinburgh Fringe. So I'm actually surprised we weren't flying on the way in, so to be honest. Thank you for the lovely introduction, Sheila. Following Ian always makes me a little bit nervous because he's a lawyer. And he kind of knows his law, right? I kind of disagree with Ian that the policy and legislation and everything kind of works. To put it into perspective, a transition is a change, a person going through a change from one thing to another. And it's not just necessarily an education issue. Taking this from a kind of mental health background, a transition can be seen as a developmental one, so somebody getting older. Secondly, it can be seen that a young person is moving from one service to another, so from health, social care, criminal justice perspective, so that's the children's teams to the adults teams. And then thirdly, from a situational perspective, if somebody is in a young mental health wards, such as the Royal Ed, which is a very different experience to somebody moving into adult mental health ward. So Ian's been talking about people with additional support needs. Sorry, Colin, I realise you're in the audience. Ian's been talking very much about the kind of legislation that backs the right for education to put through the transition for these young people. And I'm here to kind of suggest, actually, that it's really, really good that we have a piece of legislation that's based in a kind of someone taking the lead. But what we need to do is we need to look wider than just successful educations into positive destinations, as they call them, and look at the holistic whole service that happens around people who have additional support needs that's just necessarily about employment, education or training. So currently, round about 100,000 children with additional support needs in Scotland, and additional support needs, of course, means the whole range of additional support, so that's quite a lot of children. Just a very few stats. The Chief Medical Officer in England, in their report to the Parliament, suggested that if we get transitions right for people in a healthcare setting, we would save 10% of the amount of money that we currently spend because people fall through services and disappear. I've put little asterisks next to these last 3 points to remind me that it's actually based on something. And can I remember what they're based on at the moment? No, I can't. But the longitudinal outcomes need to be explored. If we look at just positive destinations for young people, having known and worked with a lot of young people who have had really, really traumatic childhoods and who've been looked after, who have been dealing with a lot of things that's been going on, the likelihood of them actually making a positive transition into education, employment or training at the age of 18 is pretty slim for some of them, because they're still dealing with the trauma. They're telling the social work teams that they don't want to be looked after anymore. They're kind of cutting loose. What I'm really interested in is what happens to those people in the following years, and then anecdotally I know a lot of them then go on to achieve at a later kind of age, so around about 21 to 25, and it's kind of, you know, what's happening there. We don't have stats for that. Barriers and opportunities presented by the health process need to be explored more fully. That meaning, you know, what are the stats for people transitioning into different forms of healthcare with an additional support need? Why are we losing people with diabetes? Why are they not kind of looking after themselves properly? And people with hearing impairment, are they dropping away from the people that they might engage with, and is that having a knock-on effect? SORI, basically, if we were to put all of this into a kind of well-being, understanding and we need to like spend to prevent, what is the actual kind of cost benefit that might have for local authorities across Scotland? How much can we prevent people from disappearing off the map of transition, if you like, and how much would that then save local authorities from dealing with crisis a lot later in these people's lives? So Ian was talking very much about the education legislation, education being the lead professional. I think that's actually a really big deal to ask school to get all of this right for people that are going through transitions. Is this the laser pointer? I don't think you can really see this, and it's not going to be very clear in your handouts either. But within the additional support for learning education, children that have additional support, it's getting dark, additional support needs like have what can be termed a coordinated support plan. This bit of information here shows the local authority at the bottom and those with the highest amount of additional support needs pupils in their local authority versus the amount of coordinated support plans they're actually delivering. And what this graph suggests is the more people with additional support needs in the local authority, the less people are actually getting coordinated support plans, to when you have a smaller percentage are having more coordinated support plans. This suggests to me that there is a bit of a disparity, because statistically speaking, this line should kind of be roughly straight across, because you're going to have the same rough amount of people per local authority that will need a coordinated support plan. So the question mark remains, what is happening when we have the additional support for learning coordinated support plan thing? Why are less people actually with CSPs, and what's the difference? Why is there a disparity across the whole of Scotland? If everyone's doing the same thing in legislation to support people, that should be the same. And then digging into the stats a little bit more, what we have here, sorry, this is the only bit of statistics, I promise. What we have here are children who are in a positive destination, or not in a positive destination, sorry, that have no additional support need in the whole of Scotland. So it's roughly about, I think, 8%. And then this graph here demonstrates the different additional support needs that the government tracks against the percentage that aren't currently in work or education. So there's people kind of claiming benefits or just lost to the system, etc. So if we look at this end here, we've got social and emotional behavioural difficulties, learning disabilities, looked after and interrupted learning. All of these children, or young people now, are 4 times less likely to be in a positive destination than somebody that has no additional support need. So if you have all this legislation that's actually meant to be helping support people, why is this happening? What's the question mark to that? You know, and you can see that it kind of goes down. You won't be able to see this very well in your handouts either, but if it's required, what I can do is I can send you out a printout. It's roughly a kind of a draft journey of an 18-year-old becoming an older young person. Yeah, that would do, an older young person, and all the different kind of bits of legislation and work that's happening around them. One of the things that we hear quite a lot is the fact that when somebody has a complex additional support need, guardianship is one of the biggest issues that their parents actually face. Nobody tells them. Nobody tells the parents that their young person might actually need to have their capacity tested. You might actually need to be in control of their welfare to make successful decisions for them. So what this demonstrates is there's a lot happening. A lot happening. The legislation suggests in additional support for learning that all of this should happen for an 18-year-old that's leaving at the age of 17. So all of this planning, all of this that's happening down the bottom, you know, should be happening within that year. And that's a lot to ask, I think. So what do transitions look like? And I will zoom through this. So this is kind of a young person before they leave school that might have an additional support need or a complex additional support need. And as they leave, all these other organisations start to become involved with them. And then the school is taking the lead. But all of these relationships, in effect, can be very, very, very linear relationships. We move from, if I go back, we move from a kind of proactive environment where all the legislation is very kind of geared towards making sure that people are okay and we're looking after them. And then we move into an environment where post-transition people are expected to self-refer. People are expected to have the information that they need based on assessments for welfare. Post-16 health is very reactive. For instance, when a young person might have a paediatrician, when they go into adult healthcare, they suddenly go and see someone for their foot, their knee, their head, their ears, their eyes, the back, whatever. And who's actually kind of said to that young person, this is where you need to go, this is the information you need? A lot of the children that I've spoken to about their transitions have literally received a letter which has been a discharge letter saying, your diagnosis is this, please phone, blah. And then that's all they've ever received. And for somebody with autism, for instance, that's kind of quite freaky. I'm using the scientific term of freaky there. So apologies again, Colin, you can hide. So it's the Scottish Transitions Forum take on it, is that by working together as a collective and embedding the mutual principles that we've all put together in the Principles of Good Transitions document, that we can achieve better outcomes for young people. I would pick one up and show you now, but I don't have them. But there's copies of the Principles of Good Transitions 2 over there, and I will really, really quickly go through some of the principles, but I'll just take out the headlines, and you can read more about it, or you can ask me questions about it, because it will get a bit kind of tiresome. So the principles have been developed, like Ian was talking about, the best guidance for legislation and all of his kind of, you know, at least a year before, and talking about human rights, etc., etc. Well, what we've done with the Principles of Good Transitions 2 document is taken all of the policy across sectors of health, social work, education, and anything else we can possibly dig up, such as welfare or housing, and we've put it into one document and aligned where all of the different pieces of policy and legislation suggest you should be doing something. It's also linked to research and direct practice, and what more importantly, it's been the views of the young people and people who use services that have said, you know, this is what we want our transitions to look like. And it's been really widely endorsed across multiple professional sectors, so it's not just sitting as a third sector document any longer. It's wide-ranging, and you can flick to the back of the pages and you can see everyone that's endorsed it, but including some key people in government that are looking at the autism strategy and the Keys to Life strategy, which is very much supportive of young people with additional support needs, especially disability and autism, as the name suggests. So here are the principles then. Principle 1, plans and assessment should be made in a person-centred way. All young people must be at the centre of their transition, etc. This comes from the idea of traditional person-centred planning, but also what we need to start considering in terms of transition is not, have we succeeded in supporting this young person if they are in education, employment or training? What we need to start thinking is, have we supported this person's well-being to be the best it can be? And without supporting that young person's well-being, they will never potentially get into education, employment or training. It's that kind of shift of focus, but I guess it's a metric that government currently don't capture. So support needs to be coordinated between all services. I've kind of already touched on that really. What we're looking to commission as the Scottish Transition Forum is a role of a person called a transitions coordinator, who can go in and unknot knots in tricky transitions planning meetings and things that are happening, and help be that voice that brings people together. We originally called them the key worker, but that term's already taken, and it was getting a bit confusing. The named person as well was another issue. So the transitions coordinator would be that person that's jointly employed by education, health and social work. So they can go amongst all three, and then they can basically unknot knots. We suggest that planning needs to start from the age of 14 and be proportionate to need, especially for children with really complex healthcare needs. I don't think a year is enough to plan. And Ian, it's a shame he's not here, because in the legislation it says planning must start at least 1 year before people are due to leave school. It doesn't say you can't start earlier, but many people take that to be your kind of your duty, as you can imagine. One of the other issues is that adults and children's services don't tend to talk to each other. They have different care management standards within social work and paediatrics and healthcare. One of the biggest issues we have for transitions for people with complex additional support needs especially is the idea of eligibility criteria. Anyone from social work here who has any dealings with this will know that when a young person leaves children's services, they are reassessed under new eligibility criteria in adult services. They invariably have less after they've lost all the universal services of school that would be supporting them. So we need to start looking at outcomes and not needs, and this is directly related to the self-directed support bill. Information is key. I realise I'm running out of time. Families and carers need support, so family wellbeing needs to be supported, and legislation and policy should be coordinated and simplified. Again, transitions, as Ian talked about, was very much led by education legislation. But when a young child has a lot of different professionals that come involved with their lives, all of that legislation needs to tie up. And all of the people that are involved in that need to be aware of what other people's duties are in a given situation. So, yeah, this is like even more confusing. But if you look at the idea of transitions being like a like a Rubik's Cube. So, you know, every professional has a different face of the Rubik's Cube. So if you focus on one side and you focus on trying to get that one side right, what you'll be doing is you'll be moving all these other sides about and kind of not getting the whole picture. So by looking at all the sides together as a team, we can make sure that all of the kind of transitions, information, etc. is correct. This, I'll just highlight this. This brings in the named person, because someone asked about the Children and Young People's Bill. There's no guidance yet how the Additional Support for Learning Act and the named person will mesh together. But it's our thinking currently, we might be wrong, that the named person will be responsible to pulling the key professionals together. So it'll be their kind of the hook to hang on, if you like. And I know that people in third sector organisations especially find that they get passed from pillar to post around things. So in terms of transitions, the named person is probably a good thing. But as you can see, it's all about working together and communicating around. So take-home messages, it's complicated. Joint working is key. We think local authorities should develop kind of professional forums to talk about transitions. Personalisation, choice, independence and control are very important to achieve the best outcomes for young people, because young people potentially know what young people want, and sometimes you find that transitions are very much led by the professionals that sit with them and guide them into what they need. And finally, transitions coordinators and dedicated cross-professional teams can be a great tool to help solve the puzzle. Sorry, I went over time.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you very much. That was brilliant. I'm conscious that everybody will be wanting a cup of coffee round about now, but I think we've got time for just a couple of questions. So does anybody have a particular question they would like to ask? Yes.
I'm interested in what you said about a transitions coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that's going to happen, or you said you're commissioning one? 'Cause I think it would be really helpful. I've been involved in situations where people are just working singular moves together.
It's a model that they currently use. Sorry, it's the model that they currently use in the Highlands. In the islands, they have a transition coordinator there who currently solves these kind of problems. But we hope that's just part of the puzzle. What we also hope is it's about having the good collective conversations. It's about people involved in transitions coming together and saying, okay, how can we make this better for people, and what's happening here, rather than, oh, I'm a social worker and I don't have to, from adult services, I don't have to come and talk to you till 6 months prior to their coming into my stuff. And also another way of working has been transition teams. There's people here that can talk to you about that with the lunch break who've been really fundamental in providing that kind of ongoing support from 14 to 25. So it's like a transitions team, but with a bit of added into it. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that was very interesting. I just wondered to what extent does specific support around transitions for young people with additional support needs mesh with more general school-based support and guidance for all students?
So do you mean in terms of upskilling young people about what it means to have rights in transition, or how social work?
Presumably all schools provide some guidance around the transitions. But is there a specific link between that general support and the specific support for young people with additional support needs?
So within the school-based environment?
Yeah.
In some cases I think yes, in some cases I think no, and I think across the whole of Scotland it's a very mixed bag. People have tried to introduce SQCF modules that help people with additional support needs to understand what a transition is and planning and within the school environment. And also we've got opportunities now with Curriculum for Excellence, which embeds GERFEC into the school system that fits within social work, to look at these indicators, these well-being indicators, and say, okay, how do we mean that you're going to be achieving? Okay, Ian touched on the idea that people might need independence travel training. Is that part of that, or how do we know that you'll be okay when you move into college? It's that kind of conversation that we're able to have, and Curriculum for Excellence allows a tool now to actually break with the curriculum and look at these kind of wider well-being needs, I think. But in specific training, I know of examples that I can let you know about, but they're not widespread across Scotland at all.
I think that's a really important point to end with. I'm afraid we're going to have to stop the questions now because we have to have coffee, but there's going to be an opportunity later on in the day to ask some more questions. And we have 20% of young people in Scotland now who are identified as having additional support needs in school. So what does it mean to have additional support needs? What extra, what's different about what you're getting from other young people? And the more elaborate we make the whole thing, the less likely it is that all young people with additional support needs, I suppose, are going to have that support.
Yeah.
Anyway, plenty to think about there. So Scott, thank you very much. That was a really interesting presentation. So coffee is out here, and the rooms are also just along the corridor, and there are others around the next as well. So, 10 minutes break. Lovely to hear a buzz of conversation. I think we're just about ready to get on with the next little bit. Have you turned off the mic? I think I have, yeah. Yeah, it's working, yeah. Okay, so if I could just encourage the people who are finishing off conversations to resume them at a later point. We can get a move on. I did tell you that my timekeeping was not the greatest, and true to form, we are already a little adrift, but nonetheless, Marielle has said that she can zoom through her stuff, and I will tell you that all of the presentations will be available for you to download on our website, www.creed.ed.act.uk. So you can go to the website and get all the stuff that you want afterwards. Now, one of the purposes of today is that we are developing our ideas on the next research that we want to do following the work that we have been doing with the National Deaf Children's Society. And the next little group of presentations are particularly talking about transitions from the point of view of young people who are deaf or hard of hearing. And we were very grateful to the NDCS for funding some work with us in this area. So I'm going to hand over straight away to Marielle Fordyce, who did the work. She was the main researcher on the project, and Marielle has also been the person who has organised today. So she's done a really great job in such smooth organisation, and I think she's also got some interesting things to say about the research findings. So I'll just hand over to you, Marielle.
Hello everyone. I have to say that I'm very pleased with the turnout today, and this is obviously an area there is a lot of interest around this area, and the talks by Ian and Scott earlier have provided so much context, and they have been very interesting. And I really hope that we'll have some interesting talks in this afternoon during the roundtable discussions. I'm sorry, I'm a bit nervous. I'm not a great presenter either, but I'll try my best. And I have to zoom, as Sheila said, through my presentation because we are behind time. Do feel free to stop me if there's anything you can't understand. So I will be talking today about a research project which was commissioned by the National Deaf Children's Society in 2012, which aimed to look at the post-school transitions of young people who are deaf and hard of hearing in Scotland. It was me who was the main researcher on the project, but we also had Professor Sheila Riddell, Rachel O'Neill, who was here earlier. She's a lecturer in Deaf Studies and Deaf Education at the university, and Elizabeth Whedon, who is over there. She's a senior researcher within the centre. The aim of the study was to investigate the post-school transition process of young people who are deaf and hard of hearing in Scotland. Now, we took a wider understanding of transitions, and we didn't look only at the point when they left compulsory education and went to their next destinations, but we also looked at what happened at school and what happened after they left school and went into further education, higher education, or training or employment. We wanted to know what their post-school destinations were, what sort of barriers they encountered, what support was available to them, and how all of these factors impacted on their ability to achieve independent adulthood. This study was born out of a recognition of the fact that people with disabilities tend to struggle on the labour market, as Sheila explained earlier today. And this was probably caused by the fact that they are less likely to participate in post-16 education and training. I won't spend too much time on the context, on the legislative and policy context, because you've already heard a lot about it from Ian and Scott earlier on. But I would like to add that the Scottish Government obviously has measures put in place to support transitions. However, these transitions seem to be aggravated in a way by the fact that the UK Government at the same time is reforming the welfare system. As you know, we have now the universal credit and the self-directed support in place. Basically, all of these things contribute to creating a very complex picture of what happens to deaf people and people with any kind of disabilities after they leave school. We collected data from 3 different strands, 3 different sources. We carried out an analysis of policy and legislation, and also an analysis of administrative and survey data. By that I mean data on, for instance, the number of people who are deaf and hard of hearing in schools in Scotland, their participation rates in further education, in higher education, on training programs. We also looked at what happened with them in terms of employment. So we looked at various sources of data from the Scottish Government, Skills Development Scotland, the Higher Education Statistics Agency, and the Labour Force Survey. And I will give you a very brief overview of all this information during my presentation. And I will be combining this with findings from interviews. We carried out interviews with 30 young people aged 18 to 24. They were people who had various degrees of hearing loss, ranging from mild to profound, although most of them were in the severe to profound bracket. 5 of them were BSL users. Although we have people with mild hearing loss, I will be referring to them as deaf people simply because it's just a bit shorter and easier to say. We looked at their school background. We also asked them questions about what happened at transition point, what sort of transition planning arrangements they had in place. And we also spent a lot of time in these interviews talking about their experiences of post-16 education, training and employment. We looked at job-seeking experiences, for instance, and we found some interesting things about the sort of barriers they encountered on the labour market. We also touched a little bit on issues of identity and social networks. One thing that I would like to tell you about these 30 young people is that they were at various points of their transition from school to work, and that they came from various socioeconomic backgrounds. We even had some people from various ethnic groups. There were people with various levels of qualifications, various areas in Scotland. We did this because we wanted to get a very comprehensive picture of what happens out there with the deaf population. I will present the findings by sector. I will start with school experiences, and then I will go on to higher education, further education, training, labour market, and then I will touch a little bit on markers of adulthood. For each of these headings, I will be combining information from the statistical data that we collected with information from the interviews we carried out. Now, when we first collected the data and wrote the report, the NDCS wanted to know what sort of claims we can make based on the information we had. We carried a mixed methods research. So basically what we had was administrative and survey data which provided information about broad patterns in the wider population, and we could combine this with individual experiences which basically illustrated and explained these broad patterns, and basically helped us gain much deeper understanding of experiences after school. And I would also like to touch a bit on the issue of representativeness. We wanted to get a sample of young people who were representative of the wider population. However, when we started interviewing the people who volunteered to take part in the study, we noticed that most of them, many of them, actually not most of them, about half of them were people who are university educated and came from very socially advantaged areas, because these are the kind of people who are normally interested in taking part in research. So what we've done in order to create a more balanced view of what happens after school with people with, who are deaf and hard of hearing is that we try to make the people with lower qualifications and from poorer backgrounds as visible as possible in the report and in all the writing that we've done, all the outputs that we've done afterwards. Right, I will go on to school experiences. I'm really sorry that I'm going so quickly, but we have to finish on time. first of all, one thing that you probably know very well is that there are no official statistics about the total number of pupils who are deaf and hard of hearing in Scottish schools. What we do have is information about those people who receive support, but this does not mean that we cover every single person who is deaf and hard of hearing. Arguably, there may be people who are falling through the net and they are not captured in these statistics, which are gathered yearly in the pupil census. Most of the people that we talked to were students, went to mainstream schools, were educated orally and were supported by teachers of the deaf, but we also had people who were educated by educational audiologists or learning support departments or communication support workers. Another thing that we found was that BSL users tended to change schools quite frequently. They were less likely to find schools which met their academic and social needs. And for instance, 3 of the 5 people who used BSL as their main form of communication changed schools in secondary school. So they went to a boarding school in England for their secondary education because they were not happy with what they had here on offer in Scotland. There seemed to be, based on the interview, some variation in the support offered by schools and local authorities. Now, I have to remind you that this is data based on the interviews. We didn't mean to carry out any sort of comparisons between local authorities or schools, but there seemed to be variation in terms of frequency or quality of support. Some people had only academic support, while some people also had access to peer groups organized within their local authority, which gave them a chance to socialize with other young people children or young people who were deaf or hard of hearing, especially if this was very useful, especially if they went into a mainstream school and they were the only deaf child in the school. Now, many of them talked about having communication barriers in spite of having support, and these communication barriers were either a direct consequence of the fact that they could not hear the teachers, but they also mentioned the fact that they would not have access to subtitles, for instance, on audio and video materials, that some teachers would lack deaf awareness and they would end up missing out on extracurricular activities, for instance. However, the most commonly cited difficulties were not academic, but they were social. They were related to the issue of social inclusion. And we found that 2/3 of the people that we talked to mentioned the fact, they didn't complain really, but mentioned the fact that they were either bullied or they felt socially isolated, particularly in secondary school. And they believed that that was a direct consequence of their disability. And in some extreme cases, it seemed to have negative consequences on their well-being and academic performance at school. And related to that is the fact that some of them, and again particularly teenagers, were reluctant to stand out. They believed that the learning support that they received and the radio aids that they used would make them stand out, and they tended to turn this down when they were in secondary school. Now, I will. This is a graph of showing school leavers' attainment. It's not showing. Sorry if it's hard to read. It's not showing the full range of qualifications. This is data from SQA. But on the left-hand side, first of all, let me tell you, in blue you have people with no additional support needs, and in red you have people who are deaf or hard of hearing. On this side, on the left-hand side, you have people with very low qualifications, and on the other side, on the right-hand side, you have people who have qualifications which enable them to go to university. So basically, hires and advanced hires. You see here that there is a stark difference between the two ends of the spectrum, that you have many more people who are deaf and hard of hearing who leave school with low qualifications, and almost twice as many people with no disabilities who leave school with hires and advanced hires. And this is also reflected in their destinations. This is data collected from the Scottish Government, from the attainment and leaver destinations. In blue, again, you have people with no additional support needs, and in red, you have people who are deaf or hard of hearing. What we see here is that while people with no additional support needs tend to go, most of them tend to go to university, just under 40%, people who are deaf and hard of hearing go into further education. Only if you look at the rates, the participation rates in higher education, about half of those who are deaf or hard of hearing go to university compared to those with no additional support needs. At the same time, people who are deaf and hard of hearing are underrepresented on training programs and in employment, and they are overrepresented, slightly overrepresented in unemployed seeking and unemployed not seeking categories. I will now move on to post-school transition planning. This is mostly data from information from the interviews we carried out. And what we found, I guess this was one of the most interesting things that we found in this study, was that most of the people that we talked to did not seem to have transition plans. We interviewed 30 people. It's true that they are, I mean, you have to remember that they are 18 to 25, so this is something that happened a while back. However, out of 30 people, only 4 seemed to think that they had a transition plan. Well, obviously, we asked lots of questions, so we made sure that indeed they didn't have a transition plan, even if they didn't, how should I say, some people might not know what a transition plan was, but we were very careful to ask whether there were any meetings regarding what they were going to do after leaving school, whether they had any other agencies involved, whether their parents were involved. And based on all this information, we concluded that only 4 of them did have transition plan. And out of those 4, 3 of them were in special provision. They had complex needs and they were in special schools. Only 1 person out of 30 was in a mainstream school. It was somebody who had the qualifications to go to university. She was the only one who had a transition plan. And she was very happy about it. She praised the arrangement that she had in place. However, we have to remember she was the only one, apart from those in the special school. Right, another thing that we found was that young people, school leavers who aim to go to university were better informed about support options available after school compared to school leavers with lower qualifications. Now, why do you think this is? Well, one reason might be the fact that when you go to university, there's probably more information out there about what sort of options are available in terms of support. Maybe there isn't as much available when you go on a training program or into further education. However, what we also believe happened is that these people who went to university had parents who had gone to university themselves, so they benefited from parental help. Basically, young people from socially advantaged backgrounds benefited from a lot of parental support, and this is one of the main, probably the most salient findings of our study. The social background of the young people made a huge difference to their post-school outcomes, and I will be coming back to this throughout my presentation. Another thing that I will mention very briefly is that there were also mentions of difficulties in transitions to adult social and health services. I will not talk about this now because we don't have much time, but more information can be found later on online, and I think you will be sent a brief from this, the brief that we wrote based on this project. I will move on to higher education. What we found in higher education was that the support was generally good. Most of the people that we interviewed were recipients of the Disabled Students Allowance, which seemed to work very well. Disabled Students Allowance was used to purchase equipment, such as radio aids, but mostly it was used for communication support, note takers, proofreaders, interpreters, and it seemed that this worked quite well, but there was some variation between institutions. What we found is that some universities seemed to provide the support from the very start of the academic year, while others waited for maybe a couple of months until the funding came through. So for 2 months, some people were left on their own. Which is not perfect, but and you will see later on that, if I have time to talk about this, that some of them ended up dropping out. December, just before Christmas, seemed to be a critical period for first-year students. Many of them dropped out at that point, and if they didn't have any support in the first 2 months, then obviously they were more likely to drop out than those who had all the support in place. There was also mention of communication barriers in spite of all the support, particularly when it came down to group work or placements, like teaching placements or other types of placements. If they were doctors, for instance, training to become doctors, they had trouble working on site in clinics and so on, because they did not seem to have support at that point. What we found, again, based on the interviews, is that in spite of the fact that the support was very good financially, and that universities did a pretty good job at supporting these young people, there was also a need for good self-advocacy skills. Simply asking the lecturer to wear the microphone, or asking to be allowed to sit at the front so they can lip read. These were things that were also very important. There was also a need for pastoral support from the disability advisors. There were cases in which support was not in place, or maybe university departments were not very understanding, and we found that disability advisors could make a big difference by intervening and basically educating staff and telling them what they need to do in order to support these people and help them through their lectures and tutorials. And last but not least, I told you that I will come back to this a lot. Parental involvement seemed to make a difference. Some of the young people had their parents present at their first meetings with the disability support advisors, and they were present and negotiating what kind of support they would have in place. And in some cases, we had somebody who intervened to have her daughter reinstated when she almost dropped out because of lack of support. I won't go into details, but again, the message that I would like you to take home is that parents made a huge difference, even when the support was good, pretty good, and it was working reasonably well. However, obviously, parental support depends on the parental power of the parents, and if the parents were from disadvantaged backgrounds, they were less likely to intervene. Therefore, their children, if they were university students, would be more likely to drop out. I will talk very briefly about education and training. Oh dear, I have only 5 minutes left. The support in further education seemed to be patchy. In some places it was very good, in some places it was pretty much non-existent. There was very poor support on training programs. And these young people tended to have fewer instances of self-advocacy and parental involvement. Now, I will talk about employment rates because I think that's very interesting, and I will stop there. This is data based on the labor force survey. Here you have people with difficulty in hearing. This is the term that they used. And here you have people who are non-disabled. These are the employment rates of the entire working age population in the UK. I went for a very large data set here. And you'll see that in 2012, non-disabled people had employment rates of just under 80%, while people with difficulty in hearing were just under 50%. However, when we looked in more detail at the employment rates of people who are deaf and hard of hearing, depending on their qualifications, we found something quite interesting. This is data from the Association of Graduate Career Advisory, AGCAS, Association of Graduate Career Advisory Service, sorry about that. And it's a survey of what university graduates do 6 months after they leave university. And what we see here, we will focus only on the blue bit, which is the full-time employment, and the red bit, which is part-time employment of graduates. Here on the first row we have people who have no disabilities, and here we have people with who are deaf or hearing impaired, and here we have people with any kind of disability. I put them together. What we notice here is that the difference is not very large. So what happens is that basically the take-home message here is that if you have a university degree, irrespective of your disabilities, you have a pretty good chance of doing well on the labor market later on. We also looked at the kind of occupations they would be in, and we found that people who are deaf and hard of hearing were actually quite well represented in graduate level occupations, managerial, professional, and associate professional occupations. And this will be my last slide, because I think I'm running out of time. The interviews provided some very interesting insights on what happened when these people looked for work or were in employment. And we found some very, very interesting qualitative differences in the kind of barriers they encountered. We found stark differences, actually, between people who have university degrees and people who had lower qualifications. Some of these barriers they encountered were common to all groups, but you will see here that those with lower qualifications tended to encounter more difficulties. For instance, lack of accessibility in applying for work, having to have group interviews or telephone interviews, this was common to everyone. Lack of deaf awareness, again, was pretty much something that everyone encountered. However, when it comes to discrimination, by the way, this is fear of discrimination. Those who had university degrees were afraid of being discriminated against in interview situations. However, those who had lower qualifications were more likely to report that they encountered open discriminatory attitudes from potential employers. Like, for instance, people who would doubt their ability to do their job. People who, they would also say that if they declare their disability or deafness on their application form, they might be less likely to be called for an interview, to be offered an interview. If they didn't, they would actually, some people say they did this. They applied for the same job with the same company, and they sent in 2 applications, one in which they declared their disability and one in which they didn't, and they noticed that the results, the outcomes were different. Also, people with lower qualifications have had fewer opportunities to gain work experience. They had limited social networks, which means that they had fewer connections, fewer people out there to help them find jobs. Parents would be less likely to help them enter the labor market. And also they were less aware of support options in employment, such as access to work. And I think I will just stop here because we're running out of time. I will just go through my conclusions very briefly. The young people who are deaf and hard of hearing had poorer school and post-school outcomes than their hearing peers. Their school qualifications and post-school outcomes were strongly associated with parental socioeconomic status. Those with higher qualifications had good employment outcomes, but the most disadvantaged group, and this is the most salient finding, were the young people from lower socioeconomic groups and with lower qualifications. And I will stop here. More information can be found at this link. We'll give you the slides later on. Thank you.
Mariella, thank you very much. I think we got through a huge amount of material there at a very great speed, so thank you very much indeed. And I think we'll move straight on because these 3 presentations are linked, and then we'll have time for a few questions and comments at the end. So now, can I introduce Laura Murdenaghan? I hope I pronounced your name correctly. And Laura is a postgraduate student in professional legal practice at the University of Edinburgh. Laura is hard of hearing and was educated orally in mainstream schools. Since leaving school, Laura has gained several higher education degrees and is aiming to become a lawyer. She was also a member of the steering group of the NDCS project, and she's given us valuable feedback all the way through about her own experience of higher education. So welcome to Laura.
Thank you very much. Hello, it's nice to see you. I'm very pleased to be here and see so many people here. It's very good. My name is Laura Murdenaghan. I come from a small village by the sea in Argyll. I've just graduated with a diploma in professional legal practice at the University of Edinburgh. I've worked as a project worker with the National Deaf Children's Society for around 3 years and volunteer from time to time for the charity. I was a premature baby born 3 weeks early, and as a result I lost my hearing. However, my deafness was not detected until I was 18 months old. I have moderate to severe hearing loss, or 50% hearing loss in both ears. For my education, I went to mainstream schools in the area where I lived with other hearing children, and I was educated orally, as Sheila already indicated. My teachers were deaf at that time insisted that I should attend mainstream schools for the duration of my education to ensure that I had a better future and was able to be included in the real world. I attended a local village primary school, and it was very good because it was very small. It meant that I had a lot of individual attention and the necessary support from my teacher of the deaf. When I was in primary 4, I was given a new radio aid machine to wear. It was a boost for me, as it meant that I could hear better in the classroom and could contribute more than before. My teacher of the deaf got in touch with the local town primary school to ask if I could join one of the primary 7 classes there for once a week for a month. The idea behind this was to allow me to get to know the primary school 7s there and to make friends before we all went up to the secondary school in the town. Joining that town primary 7 for lessons made the transition to secondary school a lot easier for me. At the secondary school, I no longer had my teacher of the deaf, but instead I had a learning support teacher who was not specialised in deaf needs. This made it unfortunately a bit difficult for me, and I felt that I was not getting the assistance that I needed because of the lack of experience. However, this was the unfortunate downside of living in a rural area. I attended the open day of Heriot University when I went on to decide about my further education, and I met the welfare officer there who talked about my needs. She told me about the disabled students allowance here, which we have in the UK, and ensured that I had my extra time for my exams. She proved to be an invaluable protocol over the years. I was accepted to do a higher national certificate in computing at the university, as I did not have a clear idea of what study I wanted to do in the School of Textiles and Design. During that year, I attended live drawing classes at the local college to produce a portfolio for my interview with the Combined Studies course organiser. I did not get the higher national certificate, but I was still accepted onto the combined course with a specialisation in textile design and clothing. I then gained my Bachelor of Science in Combined Studies and exhibited my honours collection of children's printed clothes at the New Designers exhibition in London. One of my previous lecturers liked my work so much, he asked me to do a research programme at the university. So I then commenced another 4 years of research into producing a compostable fabric from potato starch and printing it for a children's wear collection. I then graduated with my Master of Philosophy in Textiles in November 2009, and just when I had started my accelerated law degree at the University of Edinburgh. Before starting my accelerated LLD at the university, I then ensured that I met up with the disability department. My needs had now changed as I now had more courses to take in, which meant I needed note takers, as well as new digital hearing aids and a digital radio aid. I was given additional time for my exams, but was put in a room only of 20 people, which was better for me. Since entering the University of Edinburgh, I truly felt that every day I was fighting not only for my personal needs, but for every other student who came up behind me. The diploma in professional legal practice meant that I had to participate in mock court situations. It was a big challenge at first for me, because it was difficult to hear every person participating pretending they're a witness or a lawyer in a court, or even a jury member. Very, very difficult when you're deaf. So at first in civil court practice tutorials, everybody had to pass the microphone around like that. That took too long. So then I took it upon myself to try and find a solution to this problem when I had to do criminal court practice tutorials. So I took it upon myself to find out about a planning typist. This was exciting. It was a brand new technology which the university had never used before. The planning typist was a person who was listening to the mock court proceedings through my Skype account on an iPad, and she was typing verbatim, i.e. word for word, everything she could hear through my iPad. So I had to warn everyone before I started the tutorial, be careful what you say, it will appear in my iPad. And some of my tutors were like, excuse me, make sure you delete it. I said, no, you can't. I need to use it for my revision for my exams. Sorry, you've been warned. No bad language, please. The result was that I read scrolling text on the internet and could engage properly with remote court proceedings. It was so funny. The only problem was when you're in no part of the university building, the Wi-Fi cuts out. So my criminal teacher was like, Laura, are you okay? No, guess what? What? The Wi-Fi's cut out. No! Wait for Laura, court is in suspension, wait for Laura. Are you connected up? And you say, yes. Are you connected up, Laura? It'd appear on the internet, like that. Yes, she can hear you. Yes, she can hear you. Right, keep going, let's carry on. So originally, the planner typist was listening and typing either some places in London, the USA, Australia, whereas I was reading in Edinburgh. I really enjoyed being part of the deaf transition studies research that Mariella has talked about, as I feel that the studies can help deaf and hard of hearing young people achieve what they want to achieve by highlighting the areas that they need more help in to have a greater access to education and employment. The report does state, however, that discrimination is still a major problem despite the introduction of the Equality Act 2010. Therefore, I think that parents and children with additional support needs should be educated about the disabled children's right under the Equality Act 2010. This will allow the additional support needs children to have a good understanding of what can be done when they come against discrimination for their educational or employment needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Laura. That was brilliant insight into your individual experience. And I think that whereas Mariella was certainly emphasising that social background makes a huge difference, I think she was also saying that there are some levels of discrimination that absolutely everybody experiences. So those two things can actually fit together. So now we're going to have Heather Gray from the National Deaf Children's Society. As we've already said, NDCS has worked with us through a number of different projects and has been a really, really good supporter of our work. They've, supported but also challenged, and we feel that we've produced some really useful research outputs and events like this as well, which have got the findings of the research out to a wide audience. So, Heather, over to you.
Thanks very much. I'm Heather Gray, the Director of the National Deaf Children's Society in Scotland, and I thought I'd just start by just telling you a little bit about the National Deaf Children's Society. So we're a national charity that delivers direct services to children and families right across Scotland through our family support service. We also do a lot of work around about policy and campaigning activity, behind which we want to drive up the standards for services for children who are deaf in Scotland. We provide a number of training and publications for professionals, and we also commission research to inform the sector, which is where our work with Edinburgh University has come into play today. So I'm going to just talk a little bit about the research, and you might find that there are some of the themes that Mariella has spoken about that are reflected in my presentation too. And I'll also be talking about our response to the research and what action that we're taking as a result of the research findings to really take forward this issue around about the attainment gap that exists for deaf children in Scotland. So the title of my presentation today is Close the Gap, a simple message that for us conveys our call to action in relation to the attainment gap that we know exists for young people who are deaf. And Close the Gap is also the title of the report that NDCS has produced as a result of the research commissioned from the University of Edinburgh. Our research has revealed, as you've heard, quite significant gaps in the outcomes for deaf young people in Scotland in relation to education, training and employment. And the Close the Gap report lays out the recommendations and actions that we feel are necessary to work right across the sector to support reducing this gap for deaf young people. We know that with the right support that deaf children can achieve the same as any other children, and this research provides a further catalyst for addressing this gap and getting a commitment to closing this gap in Scotland. So I'm going to be covering why we commissioned the research, what does the research tell us, what should happen locally and nationally to address the issues that have been raised, but also some of the action that we've taken so far and the progress that we've made and the steps that we still need to take in terms of moving things forward. We know that post-school transitions are crucial for all of Scotland's young people, enabling them to flourish, to be successful learners, confident individuals, responsible citizens and effective contributors, the language of government. The research that we conducted provides some really stark and concerning evidence about the experience of deaf young people and the contrast in the outcomes for deaf learners. I'd like to give you a bit of an overview. I'll try and skip the bits that Mariella has already told you about and really focus on the things that we need to do and the action that we need to take to start to address this gap. So why did we commission this research? Well, we felt from our work right across Scotland that there was really a lack of understanding about the post-school experiences of deaf young people and a real need to bring together the data and understand from young people themselves about their personal experiences to allow us to work with our partners to create some definitive action, to create some change. The research, as Mariella has said, was funded by National Deaf Children's Society but conducted by the researchers from the Centre of Research in Education, Inclusion and Diversity. And that breadth of knowledge and skills that we had within the steering group, I think really benefited the research, and the particular insights from young people themselves and the closeness that we have to young people in Scotland really helped too in terms of inform our findings and shape the research. So, as Mariella has spoken about, the research involved a comparative secondary analysis of the official statistics in a wide number of areas relating to deaf young people and interviews with 30 deaf young people from right across Scotland, aged 18 to 24. So, what did the research tell us? I think there were a number of gaps in post-school outcomes for deaf young people in Scotland today, around about academic attainment, access to post-school destinations and employability, and Mariella has given some additional context around about that. But in terms of academic attainment, we know that if the right support is not in place from the early years, the challenges that deaf children face can really contribute to ongoing academic underachievement. Attainment for deaf young people continues to trail behind hearing peers, and according to Scottish Government data, the number of deaf young people leaving schools with no qualifications in recently published figures for 2012-2013 was 9.8% against 1% of hearing peers. And we know that young people were more likely to leave school with standard grades at levels 3 to 4, 14% versus 7.5% for hearing peers. And also that deaf young people were less likely to qualify for entry to higher education. 36.4% had Highers and Advanced Highers, as opposed to 61.1% of young people with no additional support needs. Access to post-school destinations and employability. The Scottish Government data, as Mariella says, tells us that deaf school leavers are less likely to go on to higher education, 21.8% in comparison with 40% of young people with no additional support needs. But more positively, that 38% of deaf school leavers enter further education. However, the research did reveal concerns around about how deaf young people are funded and supported to achieve their full potential in further education settings. And deaf young people face barriers to employment, with the national data highlighting that there is 19.1% of deaf young people in employment, as opposed to 22.5% of young people with no additional support needs. So what are the factors that are contributing to these outcomes? Well, the variation in consistency and quality of support that deaf young people receive in schools across Scotland. Some young people accessed a wide range of support, including academic and peer support. Others reported no support. Clearly, examples of good practice where we can learn from and share across Scotland exist, but really quite a stark contrast in terms of the experiences of young people. The research, as Mariella said, found that young people did not always receive support for transition planning, despite the statutory requirement in the ASL Act's code. And as a result, were less likely to receive accessible support about their options and rights, and more likely to experience delays in support being put in place for their post-school destination. And many deaf school leavers were positive about the support that they received at university, and students clearly benefited from accessing disabled student allowance, which the research concluded was a really protective factor against dropping out of higher education. As a result of social attitudes and communication barriers, deaf young people often experience bullying and social isolation, and this is reflected in the research, as Mariella mentioned. And we know that this has a significant impact on emotional health and well-being. 2/3 of the young people in the research mentioned bullying and social isolation and the impact that had on their transitions. And social economic status can be more significant in terms of the impact on learning too, and has been found to be a predictor in terms of reading attainment, with those from the poorest backgrounds failing to achieve the same reading level. Researchers also found that parents were less likely to make informed choices about schooling or transitions, and less likely to have good advocacy skills, which might support their young people. Sorry, I've just noticed I flipped on one slide too early. So, in taking account of the findings from the research, what can we do nationally to have an impact on this attainment gap that exists? Well, NDCS has called on the Scottish Government to formally recognise that an attainment gap does exist for deaf young people in Scotland. The other governments of the UK have recognised it and formally committed to closing the gap, and we wanted the Scottish Government to do the same. We asked that a review is conducted by Education Scotland into education provision for deaf learners in Scotland. We asked that the Scottish Government take steps to improve incomplete data sets, and that we consider the legislation and accompanying guidance used to improve transitional practices for deaf young people. Then we need to look at what can be done locally. And DCS is very committed to supporting local authorities to strengthen how they support and prepare deaf young people to move on from school. So we've created a statement of intent which will support local authorities in improving the transitions for deaf young people. And the statement of intent includes us considering how we promote positive emotional health and well-being for young people through the delivery of our Healthy Minds training for all deaf young people in secondary school. And that is training that can be delivered flexibly and that can have a significant impact on improving emotional health and well-being of deaf young people. The second strand of the statement of intent is about supporting effective transitional planning. We created the template of success in partnership with Skills Development Scotland and Donaldson's, which is a very positive tool for working with deaf young people and supporting them through a transition. We want to encourage a greater use of the template of success to improve the transitions planning for deaf young people in Scotland, and that we facilitate effective partnership working through local transitions forums using the principles that Scott described earlier, and working with local authorities to have those collective discussions about how we can improve transitions and how sectors can work more effectively together to achieve that. So what progress have we made so far? I do have more than one jacket, it's just unfortunate I had the same jacket. We marked the launch of the Close the Gap report with a reception at the Scottish Parliament in April this year, which was very well attended. A bit like today, there is a real interest in and commitment to addressing the challenges that exist in terms of transitions and the gap that exists for deaf young people in Scotland. There was a very good attendance at the event, but what made it even more powerful, and I'm sure you'll agree that Laura had this impact today, and my time's up so I'll be really quick, but actually we allowed people to hear directly from deaf young people and to really share their stories and their experience of what they needed to be able to create and support better transitions. I'll very quickly just say, if it's okay, Sheila, we've met with a number of MSPs over spring party conferences, and more recently with the Minister, who has made a commitment to recognise the attainment gap that exists for deaf children in Scotland, which is very positive for us as well. We are working with Education Scotland just now on looking at a series of learning conversations that will help inform the sector, and we're looking at a conference for deaf learners to hear from them what the gaps are, but also to support a process where we encourage young people to support each other and to develop peer support and advocate on behalf of their needs. So I've got that tiny little clip at the end. Have we got time to...
How long does it go on for?
It's about 2 minutes. Is that okay? I'd just like to play the clip that we produced as a result of the research, which we've shared really widely with local authorities, and which gives a sense of what the issues actually are for deaf young people in Scotland. It's only 2 minutes, honestly.
With the right support, deaf children and young people can achieve anything they want. All Scotland's young people should have an equal opportunity to become successful learners, confident individuals, responsible citizens and effective contributors. And all should be ready to succeed when they leave school. But too many deaf children are underachieving at school in Scotland and failing to achieve the same positive destinations as their hearing peers. Evidence shows there are a number of gaps in outcomes for deaf children and young people in Scotland today. Academic attainment trails behind other school leavers. Deaf young people are more likely to leave school with no qualifications and almost half as likely to qualify to enter higher education. While deaf young people are overrepresented at college, they continue to be underrepresented at university. Deaf young people are less likely to move into employment when they leave school, and many feel there are barriers preventing them from getting work. Getting post-school transitions right for deaf young people isn't easy, and meeting their unique needs can be challenging. They represent a low incidence but high impact group. When we get support right for this small group of learners, we all reap big rewards. By working together across sectors, we can close the unacceptable gap in outcomes that persists. How can we do this? Nationally, we need to recognise that an attainment gap exists for deaf children in Scotland and commit to closing it. We need to work together to review education provision for deaf learners in Scotland and ensure it meets their needs. Locally, we can work together to make small changes that will have a big impact on deaf young people's transitions. NDCS is committed to supporting local authorities to deliver 3 principles for promoting positive transitions for deaf young people. These are supporting good emotional health and well-being to ensure deaf school leavers have the confidence they need to succeed. Delivering effective transitional planning so that moving on from school is smooth and supported. Encouraging effective partnership working across local authorities through local transitions forums to allow professionals to share knowledge and expertise. We all want Scotland to be the best place in the world to grow up. By working together to close the gap for deaf learners, we can help make this bold ambition a reality for all our young people.
That was a really great session. Thank you, Mariella, Heather and Laura. And I really love that little film. We must get a clip from our website onto that, because one of the things that we're really interested in is the whole knowledge exchange area. We don't just do research to sit on shelves. We want it to be out there reaching people, and that sort of tool. I love the way you did the graphics. That was brilliant. So that's really good. Right, well listen, we're going to have a panel later on this afternoon. So because time has run on and everybody needs enough time to get lunch, I think that we will skip questions now and have questions later on. So we're going to go to chapters to have our lunch. It's downstairs. I hope it's not going to be too much of a scrum, but we'll all do our best. And could I ask you to please get back here for the afternoon session in an hour's time, effectively. Just before, maybe 5 minutes earlier, so have 55 minutes. Now, just before you all go for lunch, I think there is a person here, Derek Todd, who, is Derek here? Yeah. Who would like to address you all with something quite important that he wants to say.
Thank you. We should take 2 minutes of your time. There's a petition on at the moment. My name's Derek Todd. We've got the Countdown Deaf Note. And what is a petition on for Monday the 25th of August? Why? BBD are doing a live debate on the independent campaign. Many deaf dynamic readers do not have access to it. They are providing subtitles, but they are not listening to deaf community, deaf people in Scotland and around UK, that they want to be their interpreting provided. So BBD are technically ignoring us. So we've got a petition on live at the moment on shane.org. So what I can do is, hopefully I can email you later on. If not, you can actually search it on shane.org on their website and go and browse and look for BSL providing interpreting. So we actually have 253 deported, but we need more. That's in 24 hours. We should start the petition yesterday. So I'm hoping to try and get over 500. So in your lunch break, 2 minutes, if you go onto your Facebook or website and your smartphone and check on it, because we really do need a lot of support. Many deaf people out there, dynamic readers. I'm sure hearing people as well. unsure about the independent campaign, yes or no, what do they stand for, not clear on information. To deaf people are saying they're not clear on information because they don't have fully inclusive access to the live debate. Okay, thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
Why? It sounds like that kind of drama. In Cambridge, it was better. That's why. Maybe a particular with the ladies who make it. I mean, Jesus is even a more respectful term. Yeah. Daughters. Yeah. Any term. Well, they could just say it first.
Just to let you know, that's your microphone there.
Yeah.
And if you try not to wander around, you probably won't do that.
I tend to wander, so I will make a conscious effort.
Very furiously.
Right, I think, is that working? Is it not? Yeah, I think it is, Okay, folks, I feel I need to have a little spoon to bang on the cup or something. To use your teacher voice. I don't know that I've still got a teacher voice, actually. Okay, folks, I'm glad that you're still talking, but I wonder if I could encourage you just to mosey along in the direction of your seats so that we can start off this afternoon on time, amazingly. In fact, we have had a lot of interesting presentations this morning, and thank you very much for slightly hurrying the time for that most delicious lunch that you just enjoyed. We are going to have some fruit at the next break. So nobody could say that people came here for the lunch. So the next thing is that we're moving on to our next presentation, which is from Professor Emma Smith of the Economic and Social Research Institute at Dublin. Emma's research professor and head of the Social Research Division at ESRI. Her main research interests centre on education, school-to-work transitions, gender and comparative methodology. She's been involved in quite a number of longitudinal studies, including the post-primary longitudinal study, which followed a cohort of young people from the first round of second-level education onwards. So I think, Emma, that this is the study that you're going to be talking about today. Yeah. So it's a continuation of that study. And Emma is somebody who is very, very well known for her excellent quantitative skills, but also her qualitative work as well. So we're very lucky to have her here today. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sheila, for the kind words of introduction and for the opportunity to be here today. I'm always glad to visit Edinburgh. The research I want to talk about today, it relates to Irish school leavers, but I hope it will have relevance for some of the issues that we've been talking about here today. Now, we all know there's a lot of work has been done which shows social and gender differences in the patterns young people take and assume on leaving school. But there's been, with a few noticeable exceptions, there's been less attention to the role of the school. So I want to focus on that today, drawing on the Leaving School in Ireland study. And I want to kind of show the way in which school processes can shape longer term outcomes. In particular, I want to point to the role of early educational success, or indeed failure, in shaping these longer term pathways and processes. Now, as with the study Mariella spoke about earlier, it's a mixed method study. As Sheila pointed out, we followed a cohort of young people in 12 case study schools from their entry into secondary education right to the end of secondary education. We also followed the group who dropped out of school early. What I'm going to talk about today centres on a survey we carried out of that group of young people 3 or 4 years after they left school. And this group that I'm talking about all have taken an upper secondary qualification. But as you'll see, there are important differences in educational terms even within that group. And we also carried out in-depth qualitative interviews with a subset, 27 of these young people, to get a more comprehensive picture of what shaped their decisions and what shapes their pathways. Now, I want to start by saying a little bit about the Irish educational system, not to bore you, but to provide context for what I'm going to talk about. And I think it's worth pointing out that there are certain similarities between the Irish and Scottish systems, but there are important specific differences as well. Basically, students enter a 3-year lower secondary programme. They're obliged to study Irish, English and Maths, but schools have a certain degree of discretion over what other subjects they provide and about how choice is made available to students. An important feature of the Irish system is that students can study subjects at higher or lower or so-called ordinary level in subjects, and that's an important differentiating factor. And it's a very exam-based system. At the end of the 3 years, students take a standardised exam usually in around 12 examination subjects. Upper secondary consists of 2 years. It's largely general in focus. Again, students have a certain choice of subjects and a choice of subject levels, and it culminates in a very high-stakes standardised exam. A small group of young people, about 5% of the cohort, take what's known as the Leaving Certificate Applied programme. And that programme was introduced to cater for students where it was felt that the traditional academic programme didn't meet their needs very well. Not all schools provide this programme. In particular, some of the middle class schools are quite reluctant to provide the programme because it doesn't provide direct access to higher education. Students would have to enter further education and then move indirectly in that way. But as you'll see, there are important differences between that group and the other students, but there are important differences among other students in terms of their grades. Now, as you'll see later on, higher education is now the dominant pathway that young people take having left school. And as a result of this, other pathways have assumed a lower status in relative terms. There is a further education sector that is quite fragmented. This would largely consist of apprenticeship programmes, generally centred on construction type trades, so that the impact of the recession has been huge on apprenticeship availability, and post-leaving cert courses. That would be probably the closest to the kinds of programmes provided in Scottish FE colleges. For higher education, there's a centralised application process, and students get points on the basis of the grades they achieve in their examinations and on the subject level, whether they took the subject at higher or ordinary level. And this points race, as it's called, has assumed a really important focus in media discourse. I mean, there are daily reports on how people are getting on in their Leaving Certificate exams, especially on whether what came up in the exams was what was expected. And we're currently seeing the coverage of the points race for higher education. I'm doing some work with Christine Ellie and Marcus Klein here, and we're looking at Scottish and Irish entry to higher education. And the key difference is that in Ireland, it's largely grades that matter. In Scotland, subject choice also makes a difference. But in Ireland, it's grades. So grades matter for entry to post-school education and training. But we've also done research which shows they're a strong signal for employers. Especially in the context of recession, employers pick and choose among young people in terms of their educational qualifications, but even among those with upper secondary qualifications, they choose those with the highest grades. So as you'll see later on then, that means that there are very profound consequences of educational success on later outcomes. So what I want to talk to you about is kind of in two parts. First of all, what influences these achievement levels at upper secondary level? And what impact do these achievement levels have on the pathways young people take? Now, if anything isn't clear as I'm going through. We have time for discussion at the end, but if there's any clarification, do shout. So when we look at what influences final examination results, gender, as you'd expect, girls do better than boys in these exams. Social class, as you'd expect. Having a special educational need is associated with lower grades on average. And the definition is slightly different from the additional support needs used in Scotland. It's narrower, but it still covers a large group. Again, foundational skills like reading and maths test scores on entry to lower secondary make a difference, which is what you would expect. But I want to focus on lower secondary experiences and their direct and indirect impact on achievement and then on post-school pathways. So in particular, I want to look at ability grouping and the quality of interaction with teachers, what we call school climate for this purpose. Now, in our 12 case study schools, 6 used ability-based differentiation. So they used streaming where students were allocated to base classes on the basis of different forms of tests. And these classes could be ranked from top, middle, lower. They were often framed differently. They could be called colours, saints' names, mountains, but it's quite clear the young people knew very quickly where they stood in the hierarchy. And what was interesting is that we found that streaming was more commonly used in schools that served a more disadvantaged population. And that where there was streaming, working class students were more likely to be in lower stream classes. And we found greater disengagement and lower aspirations among the lower stream groups, where a negative cycle built up in terms of students not working and teachers' lower expectations fueling that further. This group of students said, we don't do our homework, so we don't get it. Teachers know we don't do it, we don't bother checking it. We don't get homework, we never did get homework, we're sort of the thick class. And that self-labelling on the basis of the class that students were assigned to was very strong and evident from very early on in the first year. But another way in which streaming impacted on outcomes was the extent to which students had access and could take higher level subjects. Because if they couldn't take higher level subjects, it set a ceiling on their potential achievement. Now, hopefully you can see this. The red bars show early school leaving. So you can see that 2/3 of those who entered lower stream classes dropped out of school before the end of upper secondary education, compared to 1/4 of those in higher stream classes and a lower percentage in mixed ability classes. And in terms of lower secondary achievement, there was a very significant gap there. Even if you take account of where they started from, their reading and maths scores on entry to school, you can see that it's those in the lower stream classes that have the lowest performance, all else being equal, much lower than those with higher stream classes, and lower again than those in mixed ability classes. And access to higher level subjects varies across schools. It doesn't just vary between higher and lower stream classes. I'm not going to describe this pattern in general, but this takes one group of students in terms of their reading scores, and you can see that there's huge variation from an average of 1 higher level subject in 1 working class school to an average of 8 higher level subjects in one of the middle class schools. So schools can make a difference in how students access the curriculum, and this can embed expectations about which students are suitable for higher level study. But we also found that school climate in terms of teacher-student relations was key. We looked at positive relations, which is the red line. So that was the extent to which young people felt that teachers praised them, interacted positively with them, in contrast with the yellow line, where students felt they were reprimanded, as we say in Ireland, given out to, which I think is quite indicative. And you can see that at the start of first year, there's kind of a honeymoon period. So it's much more good than bad. But as they move through lower secondary, those lines get closer together and negative interaction becomes more common. This shows students overall. If we looked at the boys separately, we would see that for boys by third year, which is the end of lower secondary, they're just as likely to have positive as negative interaction. And things improve a little bit more at upper secondary, but at that stage some of the students who've had the most negative relations with teachers have already left the system. And we can see that that quality of interaction feeds through into how students engage with school. So liking school, the red line, dips as they move through lower secondary and kind of settles down. Liking teachers dips and settles down. But interestingly, their students are more positive about their teachers than they are about school experience in general. And that gap gets wider over time. So we see that change in interaction as young people move through the system. And we also see that negative interaction increases more in schools catering for working class population and in lower stream classes within stream schools. One group of boys say school drives you mad. When you come back at the start of the year, you're all right for a while. You calm down, but then it starts building up through the year because you're so bored of school and you want to get out of it. And I think this captures some of the frustration that working class boys in particular expressed about their school experience. And we found very profound effects of this quality of interaction on a range of outcomes. Negative relations with teachers were a dominant theme in the accounts of those who dropped out of school early. Elaine says, I hit third year and I started not getting on with teachers. I kept getting thrown out of classes and suspended, and I hated it. And often this kind of recurring suspension or kind of punishment, detention as well for misbehaviour led to a negative cycle of gradual withdrawal from school. Similarly, Eric said, teachers say stuff to you, put you down. So you feel, I haven't got the teacher on my side. Is there any point being here? And even for those who stayed within the school system, we see very strong effects of interaction with teachers on underperformance. So those who had felt they were given out to, as I say, or reprimanded, scolded, achieved much lower results in their exams at both lower and upper secondary level, even taking account of other factors, a wide range of other factors. So lower secondary experiences are key to engaging students and to more positive outcomes, but obviously upper secondary influences matter too. As you'd expect, because you have two sets of standardised exams, 2 years apart, how you do in your what's called the junior certificate is very predictive of how you do in your final leaving certificate. Other factors include time spent on homework and study. It's a very exam-based system that has been heavily criticised for focusing and rewarding rote learning. So it tends to be students who spend a lot of time on homework and study that do better. As you'd expect, those who are involved in part-time work and have more active social lives, including drinking, outside school tend to achieve lower grades. But there is still a significant between-school variation in how students fare academically. Now, why does this matter? I want to go on for the second part of the paper to talk a little bit about the impact of these achievement differences on how young people fare. Just as context, this shows you what happened to the group of young people we followed when they left school. What was the main pathway they pursued? So the blue shading at the top shows the proportion in higher education. So it's now the dominant pathway in Ireland. So 60% of those who finished upper secondary went on to higher education. Then we see the darker blue at the bottom shows those who went straight into the labour market. It's more common for the young men than the young women. And there is also a significant gendering in the further education patterns, with boys more likely to enter apprenticeships and girls more likely to do post-leaving certificate courses. And some of them, the green bar on the right, used those further education opportunities as a springboard to go on to higher education. But more than gender, the main axis of differentiation was how they had fared academically. Now, just to explain this, I'll take a similar approach in the rest of the presentations. this group on the left is that small cohort who take the pre-vocational programme, the so-called Leaving Certificate Applied programme. This group can't access higher education and they have a different curriculum. For the rest of the group, I've divided them into quintiles, into fifths, on the basis of their exam results. So these are the group that did much better academically, and these are the groups that had lower scores. And you can see from this that there are quite stark differences in what young people did after school, depending on how they did within upper secondary education. On the left, we see that this pre-vocational group went straight, for the most part, went straight into the labour market, with some of them going to further education. Also, for those who didn't take that programme but didn't do as well academically as other students, they also had kind of broadly similar patterns. They were more likely to go into the labour market or further education. Very few of them went on to access higher education. But at the other end of the spectrum, on the far right, you can see the vast majority of those with the high grades went on to higher education. And those that didn't directly access higher education went through indirectly via further education. None of them went straight into the world of work or to apprenticeship for that matter. I spoke earlier about ability grouping, and you can see that the kind of pattern of performance that we saw by ability group earlier translates into outcomes later on. So the group who were in lower stream classes disproportionately go straight into the labour market or into further education, with only a tiny number going into higher education. Whereas the pattern is quite different for those in mixed ability or higher stream classes, where higher education is the dominant pathway. So young people in a way are channelled by the system quite early on into pathways that are more likely to lead to higher education and those that potentially lead them to other forms. So if you take 8 or more higher level subjects early on in lower secondary, the vast majority of that group go on to higher education. But for those who are not accessing that higher level learning at lower secondary level, they're going straight into the labour market or further education for the most part. It's very difficult to find a way around that. So in some ways the Irish system is quite one way in terms of early educational success predicting later outcomes. Again, we can see that grades at lower secondary level make a difference. So it's those who have higher performance, are accessing higher education, either directly or indirectly. But those who are going straight into the labour market have lower grades. Now, schools do make a difference. We've seen that they make a difference to educational achievement through ability grouping in particular and through the quality of teacher-student interaction. But they also have a direct effect on what young people do after they leave school. We found that even if you take account of educational success or underperformance, that those students who've had a more positive experience of school are more likely to stay on in education after they leave school. In contrast, those who have negative relations with their teachers are much less likely to go on to any form of education or training. The social class effects on the likelihood of accessing post-school education are well documented, but we found that actually the social mix of the school was an even stronger factor than individual social background. So that there were lower expectations and less access to higher education in working class schools. But in contrast, in middle class schools, higher education was taken for granted. It wasn't a case of whether you went to college, but which college and which course. Now, obviously, we've seen those differences in aspirations and even in educational performance, but not everyone realises the goals they set out to achieve. So we asked young people, well, looking back on what you wanted to do when you were in final year of school and what you actually got to do later on, how do these match up? And again, educational achievement is key. Those who achieved high grades were much more likely to realise their goals than those who achieved low grades or took the pre-vocational programme. And this is largely because of the kinds of access to post-school education and because employers use grades as a signal. So it's those who don't have the higher grades have much more constrained choice around the kind of pathways they can pursue. And these young people left school just as the recession started to kick in. So they had real difficulties in accessing stable employment if they went into the labour market. But also it's entirely possible that you would realise the goal you set out with, but then regret the choice you made. And a very striking aspect of this study was that only just over half of the group said they would choose the same pathway again. So we asked them, you know, looking back, would you take the same route you took? And they could say yes. They could say to some extent, or they could say not at all. And we found a significant group, so for almost half, regretted to some extent, at least, the pathway they'd taken. And there were a number of reasons for that. One was not getting to do their preferred course because they didn't have the grades to get into it. A second was finding it difficult to get a job in the context of recession. But there was also an important group who accessed the course they wanted, but then realised it wasn't really what they expected. Didn't really match their needs and abilities, and really it wasn't, you know, didn't turn out to be what they wanted at all. So career guidance, school-based career guidance, emerged as key in facilitating young people making the kinds of choices that they wouldn't regret, and choosing the kinds of pathways that matched their needs and abilities. And we find this theme of regret, both in the survey and in the interviews, was much more prevalent for those with lower grades and those from working class backgrounds. So again, we see the same pattern, that those with higher grades are more likely to say they would choose the same pathway again, and those with lower grades or the pre-vocational group are less likely to say they choose the same pathway again. But there is regret across the spectrum too. So there are important issues there around guidance and around appropriate preparation for transition. And the issue of transition has become quite important in the Irish policy context in recent years. So just to conclude, and I think I'm okay for time, what I've tried to show is that even if you just confine attention to those who complete upper secondary level, that their achievement levels have very significant consequences for their post-school pathways. So what we see is a picture of much more compromise and regret among lower achieving young people. So that early educational success emerges as crucial in channeling young people to post-school education, especially to higher education. And I've tried to show that, you know, that isn't immutable, that there are actions and practices that can be introduced at the school level or adopted at the school level that can facilitate greater engagement and higher aspirations among young people as they move through the school system. Thank you. So I think we have time for, yeah, so.
Emma, can I kick off with a question, if nobody else? I was interested in your figure, which shows pathways in education and achievement.
Yeah.
And the group that says LCA, that's the college,
the pre-vocational, yeah.
They're divided into labour market and college, I think. What about the ones who just slip through the cracks, who are kind of not in education, employment or training?
Among the labour market group, there was significant unemployment, and that also varied by educational background. So it was those that had lower grades that had much more difficulty accessing employment once they went into the labour market. But having said that, because of the timing of their entry to the labour market, you know, a good 40% had some experience of unemployment regardless of their educational background, because it was just about them being outsiders moving into the labour market and disproportionately high levels of youth unemployment. But I mean, it's clear that I've just focused on upper secondary leavers. We looked at the early leavers previously, and we actually followed them at a time when they had left school before the onset of the recession. So even in the boom, they had very significant difficulties in accessing employment, especially stable employment. And they had very great difficulties accessing any form of post-school education and training as well. So they had quite, I mean, much more negative consequences in this group. Thanks.
Hi, it'll be two questions if you don't mind, because I don't know the Irish education system, so would you contextualise when you could leave, when you could actually leave, because you talked about lower and upper, and I don't know, because we've got clear leaving dates, and if I've missed it, I apologise.
Yeah, we don't have clear leaving dates. Young people can leave school at 16 or after 3 years of lower secondary education, whichever is later. We don't have, I mean, as you spoke earlier about the 2 leaving dates a year, we don't have that. But we also did have among this cohort young people who dropped out really unofficially before their leaving date. And for the early leavers, we found it tended to be gradual withdrawal rather than an all or nothing. And the formal point of withdrawal was often quite different from when they stopped attending school with any regularity. So it's not as clear cut. The age stage map isn't as clear cut in Ireland as in Scotland. Most young people will be 16 by the time they reach the end of lower secondary, but in practice they could leave at lower secondary level. The main point of leaving would tend to be over the transition from lower to upper secondary or within the first year of that.
And I wasn't sure about is it the state-run education or is it down to like what we would have as local authority? Because the issue for me is, why would you have academic curriculum and teachers in working class areas where predominantly the pupils do not go to higher education?
Good question. Okay, gosh, now this is the Irish education system. Oh, okay, how do I say that? It's all funded directly by the state. We don't have a role of local authorities in education. We have some fee-paying schools, but their teacher salaries are paid by the state. About 9% of all secondary schools are fee-paying. But we have a very patchwork quilt of types of schools depending on historical evolution. So we have a chunk of schools that are called voluntary secondary schools that were originally run by the church. They're still religious schools, but the direct church involvement is less than it was. We have what are called vocational schools that were set up in the 30s to cater for working class young people, and we have comprehensive schools that were set up to bridge that gap, but they all fall within the same curriculum and assessment framework. So there's some variation in the kinds of things they provide, but it's not clear cut. It's a real hodgepodge of a system. But there is very active school choice. So we found around half of the students don't attend their nearest or most accessible school. So there's a lot of choice. Single sex education is still a big factor. So even in a small to medium sized town, you could still have a boys' secondary school, a girls' secondary school and a vocational school, and the social class and ability profile of those schools would be quite different. So that's why we're getting the social mix effect, as well as residential segregation, which you'd have here, but you have much more active choice of schools than would be the case in Scotland. But you raise an important question about there's been a long discussion about whether you should have a stronger vocational element, but the system has now become so focused on higher education that it's very difficult for other pathways to get a look in. And people who pursue other pathways are generally, it's because it's a compromise, it's because they didn't get into university.
I'm only asking because the BBC Online magazine did an article about 200,000 or 300,000 young people.
200,000 or 300,000 young people who have left Ireland since the recession trying to find work because they're being educated to a standard that the labour market is not reflecting. And to be fair about it all, I go into schools here that have 30% HE, that have a fully academic curriculum, so it's just to see, it's quite stark. I believe we're quite inclusive, but it's quite stark what you're saying there about ability and social class, and it actually makes me reflect a lot more on what we have is quite a fair system.
Because even within higher education, we've seen an academic drift, because we have a division between universities and institutes of technology that were originally set up to kind of meet regional labour market needs, that were to focus on middle level technical skills, you know, at sub-degree level and to some extent degree level. But they've pushed towards higher status, so they're now providing doctoral programmes, fewer sub-degree programmes. Some of them have successfully campaigned to be able to form a technological university. So we have a system that is really directed at this kind of upper academic level. So we've got a very high level of over-education, which is a mismatch between your level of education and the job you have by European standards. Yeah. Ava, you want to get in?
Yes, I wonder about this ability grouping. You were talking about them as if they were more stable groups. They had lower educational aspirations and so on. So is it more stable groups? And who's into these? And for how long do they stay in these special groups?
They're largely stable groups. We looked at movement. There's a little bit of movement, but very little. So they would tend to be assessed. It could be a standardised test. It could be a school-based exam on entry to secondary level. Then they're allocated to these groups. So they would stay in those groups for the 3 years of lower secondary. So they would be in a lower stream group, not just for subjects like English and maths, but they would be doing physical education, they would be doing woodwork, metalwork, all in that lower stream. So therefore you had a very tight relationship between the class they were in and their identity as learners. There was less streaming at upper secondary level, though it did exist, but in effect, as you've seen, a lot of the lower stream group have gone at that stage.
So it's what we called before special classes.
It cross-cuts it, but it's not, and that's a growing phenomenon in Ireland, is special classes within mainstream schools.
It's the same in Sweden.
Yeah.
But is it supported by the law, the School Act?
No, it's not mentioned, it's not named. School inspectors tend to informally discourage it. We've given a lot of presentations on this subject, especially it's remarkable that it's not schools with a huge span of ability and intake that are generally streaming. It's schools that are serving disadvantaged populations where the spread might be quite small, and they're making very fine differentiation there. But it's quite difficult, and I mean, I've gone into schools where principals are trying to get people to think about this, but it's quite difficult because teachers say, well, but in our school it doesn't work like that. In our school we use the lower stream class to support the students, and of course they do, but I think the labelling effect and the lack of access to higher level cancels out that support.
Not knowing how your education system works, would there be any scope for actually putting people into, say, rather than streaming all of the people into a lower stream class? There was always an argument that some people excel at English and are really rubbish at maths. It's just the way.
Yeah.
Would there be any to kind of stream into different to prevent this kind of?
Yeah. And the schools that I labelled as having mixed ability based classes, they often did that. So they changed people's class for English or for maths, and maths in particular, and then for Irish. So yeah, some schools were doing that, and that didn't have the negative effect we found for streaming, because it wasn't linked to a blanket labelling, and there was a flexibility there. Though there were instances in which schools reduced access by doing that process quite early. Like one of the schools at the end of first year said, well, the top 30 in English get to do higher level English. It didn't matter how they actually did, but so you can get rationing done in different ways, but certainly a setting that is much more flexible.
It just strikes me that there's a real stigmatisation of people that's not having a very positive effect at all.
A question about it was your slide on streaming again, but social deprivation. So for those schools that commonly use streaming, did you have much information or detail about what what other schools were doing?
Yeah, I mean, the other schools were much less likely to use streaming. So if you had a socially mixed composition or a middle class composition, they tended to have mixed ability based classes, and then, you know, would move students around a bit for subjects like maths and Irish and English.
So for that so
there were some more middle class schools that streamed, but the proportions were lower. I don't have the slide with me, but it's quite a big difference. And that's changed over time, because historically, if you go back, over time the proportion of schools that stream has dropped. But if you go back to data we have from the 80s, boys' schools boys kind of more mixed and middle class schools quite commonly streamed, but they've moved away from it. But it's been retained by the more working class schools. Often motivated when we've done interviews by the desire to have one good class, to have one class that's succeeding, if you like, against the odds. And also as a way of managing behaviour and misbehaviour, so that it's confined in one group.
I was very interested in one of your findings here, the fact that you discovered that many people in the lower achieving group expressed a lot of compromise and regret about their choices. I don't really have a question, I have a comment, because in our study, when we were looking at what happened to the young people with who were lower achievers in Scotland, we found that those who struggled at school were actually quite happy to go into training programs, and there was almost a sense of liberation.
Right.
Going on training programs gave them a purpose, and they were very much looking forward to that. So do you have anything similar? Did you encounter anything like that?
There was variation there. I'm not saying that it wasn't. It was just completely black and white, but it certainly was the case that, you know, that group were less likely to, the lower achieving group, if you look at them, the blue were those who totally realised their aspirations. That's quite low in comparison with the other group. And I think it is, again, to do with the cultural domination of higher education. So that, you know, there are instances of people who went on to further education courses and were very pleased with them and felt they met their needs. But I think that cultural domination is there, and also the labour market returns to higher education are quite high. Even in the recession where we have graduate unemployment, the pay gap between higher education graduates and other groups is quite substantial. So, you know, young people are quite rational, so, you know, they see that they're not accessing the rewards that other groups are.
Okay, well, thank you very much. That was... Lots of interesting parallels there for us, because of course most of the young people in Scotland who are labelled as having additional support needs are in mainstream schools. So what happens in transitions for everybody is very relevant to what happens to young people generally with additional support needs. Okay, now at this point we're going to do some breaking up into smaller groups. And part of the agenda for today is to develop some ideas about what would be useful for us to research in the future, and also what recommendations we might be able to make in terms of making improvements in transition. So we're going to split, as I said, into 3 groups. So one group is going to stay here, one group is going to go into G42, which is out of here, and which direction is it?
There are maps.
Okay. Do people go left?
Yeah,
or?
yeah. Straight and then left.
Straight and then left, and G43. So I would suggest that we split into about 3 equal groups. So if a third of you
As Sheila said, I've been a civil servant for I think about 13 years so far, and actually all of the time that I've worked in the Scottish Government has been working in and around children and young people getting support. At the moment, I'm the team leader of the Supporting Learners team in the Support and Wellbeing Unit of the Scottish Government, and that's a post that I've had confirmed recently, but will mean that I'll also be around probably for another 3 years at least, which is either a pleasure or a curse, depending on your perspective. I'm been asked to talk about the national perspective in relation to additional support needs and transitions, and have realised that some of the areas I was going to cover may have been touched upon already this morning, so apologies to you all if you fall asleep in my presentation. I'll try and summarise those parts so that you don't actually hear all of the information again. Yes. So the national perspective, what is that? Obviously, my role is about developing policy for the whole of Scotland, and obviously in Scotland we have 32 local authorities, and so it's also about engaging with those local authorities. It's about engaging with health boards around the implementation of primarily the Additional Support for Learning Act, but also other legislative provisions that are relevant. So the national perspective has legislation, which Ian touched on this morning, guidance, practice, and then there's a bit of evaluation. And the evaluation bit is probably the bit that I'd like to draw your attention to the most. Sorry, Ian. See, when we had the conversation on Monday, I didn't mention the photograph. I cut the wine glass out though. So the Additional Support for Learning Act is the national framework for the provision of additional support needs in Scotland. The 2004 Act became an Act in 2004 and began in 2005. The Act was amended, as is hinted at on the slide, in 2009, and the new provisions came into place in 2010. You will be aware, possibly, that there's been a consultation done this year in relation to additional support for learning, where children and young people, we're considering giving children and young people their own rights under additional support for learning. And if you've seen the report of that consultation, you will be aware that we're intending to legislate for that. So there will be a further piece of legislation to add to the two pieces that are already there. In terms of transitions, this legislation is one of the key pieces of legislation around transitions. There's not a lot of other legislation around which specifically deals with transition in relation to post-school. So for us, it's one of the things that we focus on quite a lot. Sorry. Also, as I said, guidance is a key part of the framework in Scotland, and we have the Code of Practice on additional support for learning, and in particular Chapter 6. I won't go over that because obviously Ian has that in his paper that's part of the pack, but I will say that Chapter 6 sets out all of the guidance around all of the transitions into preschool, from preschool to school, school to post-school, etc. Yeah, I'll skip that. So, practice. You may be aware that one of my key responsibilities each year is to write, on behalf of Scottish Ministers, the report to Parliament on implementation of additional support for learning. That is published normally around about springtime each year. And every year we have a themed focus in addition to the information about implementation. And last year, that focus was transitions. You'll see that there's a link to the there's a hyperlink for the actual report if you want to look at it. The report said, which would be no surprise to anybody in this room, that there is a mixture of practice in relation to post-school transitions and transitions as a whole across Scotland. We have had research in the past, which was carried out by a gentleman called Alan Hawhey over a period of 2 years to look at what was the authorities' practice like, and the outcome of that report was that practice is very, very mixed across Scotland. The thing that was able to be identified that worked was small groups, transition-focused groups in local authority areas that were able to reach out to other services and to plan those transitions. There were other pockets of practice which were identified as positive also, but they weren't able to. He wasn't able to identify in quite the same way why it was that it was successful. So we know that there's an issue around transitions for children and young people with additional support needs, young people in this area, as Ian will also have touched on earlier, and that's a concern for us. The lady in the photograph is a young girl from a special school in Edinburgh, and they did a piece of work through Inquire about what it was that young people wanted from adults to support them in transitions, and this information is also in the stills from the film are in the report. They all hold up signs which say what they want, and it's a really, really powerful message about what do young people want in this experience, rather than it being about services done to them. So that report was able to establish some examples of good practice, and they're set out in the report. We do that as part of the reporting process. But I think the report also acknowledged that the picture continues to be mixed around post-school transitions. And in particular, there was a piece of work done by the Advisory Group for Additional Support for Learning, which is a group of stakeholders that advises ministers and Scottish Government officials about what are the barriers to implementation of additional support for learning. That group had a subgroup, because we do, and they looked at transitions in particular, and that report indicates what the key findings were of that subgroup. And they said that it was necessary for local authorities to have a look at that type of model of transitional groups, because one of the key barriers is that when children or young people are transferring into other services, there are different criteria for health services than there are for education services, and that begins to cause a barrier when we begin. The other difficulty is being able to establish who people should work with in order to secure the provision that's required for the young person. So that report sets out much more detail than I'm going to set out just now about what that subgroup thought. One of the things that the group was asked to consider as part of the Doran review of provision for children with complex additional support needs, the Doran review had asked for the legislation around additional support for learning to be checked to see whether or not it was felt that it was fit for purpose. And the subgroup concluded that it was, but that we need to look at how we can improve practice, and therefore that subgroup has made a series of recommendations to myself and to colleagues for us to take that work forward with COSLA and with AD, the Association of Directors of Education in Scotland, and Social Work Scotland, to try to establish some framework for that to happen. So that's a piece of work that's resting in my team at the moment. Eva, can you see that? Do you have a magnifying glass? I'm sorry that it's so small. This is the last page of the report to Parliament. The very, very last 2 pages of the report each year set out the tables which are part of our statistical collections for the attainment of children and young people with additional support needs, and the positive destination information. So what that allows us to continue to look at is how our children and young people with additional support needs across the different categories that we collect information on, what does that mean for them in terms of their attainment and also their positive destinations. As part of the report we do much more than that, but I'll stick to transitions here. You will see that you may not see, I will explain that there is a very mixed picture around the different categories of additional support needs and the destination to which those children and young people arrive. So if we take the example of there being a physical health problem or English as additional language or a more able pupil here, here and here, their percentages are relatively higher than other groups of children and young people. For example, looked after children and young people have very, very small rates of higher education in comparison to others. Very, very low. You will see if you look along the social and emotional and behavioural difficulty line, that again, there's a very mixed and bouncing picture for that group of children and young people. And so you can see that throughout, for some children and young people, they do better and others do not so well in these, and that's obviously an issue for us. Now, we've only had this information for 3 years, been able to do this. And we have, for this year, 3 years of information that allows us to monitor over time these pictures. And for looked after children, there has been a very, very, very slight improvement. It's teeny tiny, but it's an improvement. So for us, it's about why has that happened? What has happened for some of those children and young people that's meant that there's been a slight improvement for them? Overall, the picture for destinations for children and young people with additional support needs is improving. However, unfortunately, or fortunately for them, it would appear, according to our statistical colleagues, that the more able pupils are pulling the statistics up. And therefore, although there is an improvement, we have to be careful about whether or not that is a true improvement or whether or not it is that pulling up of others. So I suppose for me, in this discussion today, it's about actually, we have some information that's here. There are groups of children and young people that I would like us to pay particular attention to for very good reasons. And therefore, you will see that for me, it's not about additional support needs as a whole, actually, but there are some groups that require some light shone up on the dark corners in which they are looking at. To conclude, I think I've been able to set out for you that we know a lot about the challenges in relation to post-school transitions. For me, over the last year and more that I've been looking at this, we haven't been able to identify well what makes a difference. So we're having a difficulty talking to people about what should be put in place because we don't have enough information about what are the things that we should change or try to change in the system to make it improve. As I've just highlighted, for me there's an issue about prioritisation for some children and young people about where we should focus ourselves in terms of evidence bases. Looked after children have a large group of services around them normally, but have really poor outcomes in relation to positive destinations. So what does that mean? The thing that comes across to me in every single discussion I ever have about transition and additional support needs as a whole, but transition particularly, is the need for partnership working, communication and planning. And I come back to those three things over and over and over in all my discussions. So I would make a plea for all of us, whatever we're doing, to work in partnership. And finally, there's my email address. In case you have any comments that you would like to make, any questions that you would like to ask, or anything else that you want to hunt me down for, please feel free. Does anybody have any questions just now for me, because I'm not going to be able to stay for the panel?
Laura has to nip off after this, so if you have any questions, now is the time to ask them before the panel.
It was just a quick question, Laura. The table you had on the evaluation across the whole of Scotland, is that available at local levels as well, so we could ask a particular local authority, or is that available in the report?
In the report, it's national level data. If you, I think we publish it proactively, but if we don't, if you email our statisticians, they'll pull that out for you and give it to you.
That's great, thanks.
The guy you're looking for, if you need to email the statistician, is adam.naylor@scotland.gs. He'll thank me for that, no end, but
thanks.
No problem.
Laura, is with the data that you've got there, is the plan in the next couple of years to use that to measure sustained destinations?
We are looking at that now. We already do, within the statistical collection, a 6-month follow-up and then a 1-year follow-up. But we are looking at more broadly than that about what's happened in subsequent years. So yeah, there is plans for that.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah.
Loud, isn't it? We were talking earlier about children moving into adult services and the challenges there, and I see you put up in partnership working. I just wondered whether or not it was within your remit or part of your team to be involved in the Partnership Matters refresh.
It hasn't been in my remit, but I have commented on the work that has been done. It's actually my colleague Christine Gregg who's been working on it. So, however, I link very, very heavily with Christine and actually with quite a lot of the officials elsewhere in the Scottish Government doing related work. The one thing, because I've been around for such a long time, that is that I know a lot of people and they know me. So things like getting right for every child, I'm heavily involved in the guidance drafting around named person and child's plan. Lynn Townsend and I are in each other's pockets constantly. So the one thing that I am able to do well is link up with other policy areas. I know that that's something that you'd mentioned in your presentation earlier, Scott, about the need to simplify and link policy.
And just one last thing before I give it back to you. Just notice the numbers of, I suppose, both the destinations of voluntary work seem to be very low. If you think 30% of the Scottish population volunteers, is that an accurate figure? And I just wondered why it was so low.
I can't answer why it's so low. It's a reporting of the information it's a collection of information that's reported. So it's an accurate figure in as far as that's what was reported. I can't answer for you why voluntary work was so low, unfortunately. I could ask them.
Just on the question of data, one of the things that we found as we go in to speak to local councils is that there's a lack of consistency about what data gets collected, particularly about deaf children. Yep. So interested to know, is maybe Adam that we need to contact?
No.
Is to find out, what's the source of the data, particularly around hearing impairment as you have there, and how accurate do you think it is?
Okay. The data is one of my swings. It's either my favourite thing or not. I have responsibility for the policy, but I also therefore have the responsibility for looking at the data that we collect and to some degree questioning it and challenging it. The advisory group that I talked about earlier on we're going through a piece of work to revise the data collection around additional support needs as part of the pupil census, which is where all our data comes from, the pupil census. So we are currently in the process of revising the guidance that goes to schools and to authorities to support that collection process. But we're also looking at moving in the longer term to an outcomes-based approach. So at the moment we collect a lot about what goes in, but we don't necessarily know what happened after that. So we're trying to look to see whether or not we can move to that type of model. And there's work ongoing at the moment between ADES, myself, to look at an outcomes framework, and that's relatively well developed. We're going through the clearance processes strategically at the moment for that, but that's where we're moving to. Does that answer your question? Okay. Yeah.
I just had a question just on your final comment in your presentation about sort of understanding a lot about the challenges but maybe not being that sure on how to improve transition. So I'm just wondering, what do you mean by that? Do you see the gaps being sort of understanding how things are happening locally or the particular sectors? Because you've outlined how there's been a lot of recommendations from the subgroup. We also have obviously the principles of good transition, so it seems like there are a lot of recommendations out there, so I'm just interested in where you see the gaps to be.
I think that's kind of the point that I'm making. There's a lot out there already about I'm aware of 3 different sets of recommendations about things around how to do things. We need to move from that to change in practice, and I think that's the bit that I'm kind of looking at, is that we're able to identify what isn't going well, but we're struggling a bit with what is it that we should change to make it better, and it's really that. I suppose that's the bit that I see as the gap, is what is it that we should do, what is it that authorities should do, what should I do. I'm not asking you to tell me like outright quality, but there's a bit of a depth of information on that about what should we try even would be a beginning.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. We've got lots of questions here actually. So how long can you stay for, Laura? Because I don't want to...
I can probably do about another 10 minutes.
Right, so quick questions.
Yeah, just in terms of the ideas that's there, have you thought about piloting particular posts within particular areas? I think some of the discussion we had in a workshop was about, if there's a post or if there's a role that someone needs to do, how's it going to be funded? Where's it going to come from? And I think,
Yeah, I think we would. I think that's exactly what you've just talked about. There's an idea of something that we could do potentially, or I can start to try and investigate those things. But I think, there are issues about funding, but those, at the moment, funding's really, really difficult. Resources is really, really difficult, but so is transitions. And so I think it's about me having conversations. That is my role, is to try and negotiate and to try and see if we can improve things. And one of the things that we do use we wouldn't call them pilots, but it's sort of an improvement project. This is a problem. What does this difference make? And then do it. But at the moment, taking that on, what would that person do? Who are they going to liaise with? What are the conditions that you need to make that work? That type of thing's what we're looking for. Just a bit more around that would be really helpful.
Right, we did have another couple of quick questions, I think, at the back.
Hi, I'm a big fan of the Additional Support for Learning Act, and throughout the years I think a common theme in things like this that I've been at is we've got a good piece of legislation there, it's the patchy implementation, and I'm interested to know if you're working with the Association of Directors of Social Work and Directors of Education, if a big focus could be on ensuring the implementation of what we already have, instead of allowing a sort of very patchy take it or leave it.
I think you've probably summed up my role pretty much in a word. That is, part of my role is to establish new policy, but it's also for a significant amount of the time to be having those conversations, negotiations, discussions. I think the advisory group for Additional Support for Learning consistently considers issues that are causing barriers, and we then take action to try and look at how we can resolve some of those things. So I think it's fair to say that is what we're doing, and I understand that there is the issue about what's described as patchy implementation, there are challenges in implementation, but by no means is it bad. You know, there aren't vast numbers of children out there in Scotland not getting support, and I wouldn't like MD to go away with that impression. We do have challenges, there is no question, but for the majority, Education Scotland said 2 years ago in the report to Parliament, for the majority of children and young people who require support, they get it. And so, whilst my presentation and my focuses are about what else can we do, what more can we do, it's not to say that the system is not good. And I wouldn't like, I really wouldn't like you to be left with that impression. It just happens to be that my focus is on improvement all the time. Okay.
Right. I think at this point, Laura, you've been really generous with your time. Thank you very, very much for answering those questions. Thank you. Well, time is tight, but we do have time for a very quick panel question and answer session just at the end of the day. So I wonder if I can ask the speakers. I think we can just stand. Is that okay with everybody? So we have Ian, Scott, Laura, Mariella. Anybody else? Oh, Ema. So if you can just array yourselves along here. And we're also, what we were thinking of having was a very quick feedback from the groups. However, I really don't want this to take up too much time. So what I am wondering, and I'm going to ask Mariella if she approves of this, we might ask the people who were taking notes in the group to just produce, if they wouldn't mind, email us some bullet points, and then we are going to put them on the website. Yes. We are actually going to put all the presentations, these bullet points, and a little report of the day onto a website, and we're going to email you all the link so that you can go onto it. And we'll also include the nice NDCS film that we saw there, because it would be very nice if people can access that.
Yes, and the recordings from today.
And the recordings from today, of course. So people will then have a very good record of the day. And can I also, because I know that people will have to start drifting away, please remember to do your little evaluation sticky and just stick it on that thing there as you go. So, I'm going to try not to... any final questions for any speaker, or just general questions? Sorry. Okay. Any questions or comments? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, any final questions or comments? Yes, Sally.
I've just been wondering, maybe this is for Ian, about the future needs assessment. Whether there's anything about the future needs assessment that we're missing in transitions, whether having that back in the day requirements to meet when the child was 14, did that prevent any, of the things that we've been talking about this morning happening, or do you think that the Additional Support for Learning Act, the transitions duties within that are sufficient?
I think it's clearly more realistic to tag the deadlines to the likely leaving date rather than to the date at which the child could leave school. I mean, doing a full future needs assessment at age 14 for a child who is not likely to leave school until they're 18 or 19, I think was unnecessary and probably wasteful in terms of resources. The thing that you might argue for was the very definite compulsory social work involvement. You have to balance that against not every child with additional support needs social work involvement, but it might be in those cases that the compulsory social work involvement is just that social work sit down and say we have no involvement here. But our experience is that there are real difficulties in getting adult services involved at anything like a realistic time frame to be of any use for a young person leaving school, and that element of compulsion I might be persuaded would be useful to reintroduce at some point. Just as well Laura's not in the room. but I think that might be something that we would look back on and say, actually for all its faults, that did get the right people in having at least some consideration of the young person's needs.
Can I make a little comment? One of the things that struck me about Laura's data was that 20% of young people with social, emotional and behavioural difficulties are being unemployed when they leave school. So you could almost say immediately...
Can I comment to that as well? The data that I used in my presentation in the bar chart is exactly the same data that Laura put up there, but in an easier to understand format. I'd just like to make that comment, sorry.
But that surely is a real problem, because the new broad definition of additional support for learning was meant to pull in children with all sorts of social difficulties. We know that this group is disproportionately likely to come from the poorest areas in Scotland, and yet if on leaving school they're not even going into some sort of temporary employment or college or anything at all, that surely is saying that it's not working for that group. And I would have thought that is a big red flag problem.
Absolutely. I would like to add to that the fact that they represent a very high proportion of the young people with additional support needs. They are, I'm not sure, I don't know the numbers, but they could be up to 20%, could they, of the entire population of people with additional support needs?
Can I just comment on your response, Ian? I suppose for me, I kind of get a sense that it's almost, to be doing that at that stage, it's too late with all the complexity around it. I strongly believe that transition planning should start preschool, and that there should be an ongoing engagement with the families and the child throughout school, so that that some of this stuff and the kind of the impact of the negative stuff that's around people is less influential, in their kind of a start in life and start in education. So for me, I think I know there's a kind of legal thing here, but I think we should be starting at an early age.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I mean, I think there's an extent to which all of school education for children who have additional support needs or not is about preparing you for adult life. I mean, that's a particularly controversial view. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, the transition process from that broader sense is one that begins at a very young age, and I suppose it's at what stage you start to legislate for specific action and how prescriptive you can be in relation to that.
Do we have any other final comment, question, thought for the day?
Can I make a comment if I was asking a question? What Laura's talking about when she talks about transitions is specifically the Additional Support for Learning Act. So when Laura says there is no child that hasn't been offered support, she means there's no child that hasn't been offered support from education. When I talk about transitions, I talk about the wider picture. I talk about support from social work and health and education and the whole remit and things. And this is something that we've all created in ourselves, in our own kind of bureaucratic systems where all the legislation and policy sits together. It's really, really complicated. And I kind of like to be optimistic, because in the group discussions they were quite dark at times, and they were like, gosh, we'll never get this right. But we have to remember that we created this system ourselves, well, not necessarily us, but people like Ian and Laura perhaps. And it doesn't mean that we can't doesn't mean that we can't kind of look at it and be objective about it and actually change it. It might look like it's a huge monster and it might look really complicated, but at the end of the day, we kind of got it where it was today, and we want the best for our young people in Scotland, so it doesn't mean that we can't kind of start to unpick some of the things that we've done and kind of make it better for people in general. So I'd probably just like to leave an optimistic thought. Yes. I don't know if anybody else has any cheery thoughts they'd like to share.
Can I just say, and this is not particularly optimistic, but there sometimes can be a tendency to think that if you identify a child as having additional support needs, then additional support has actually been delivered. But there's nothing to say. I mean, I'm particularly concerned about children that get the label social, emotional and behavioural difficulties, which is a very negative, stigmatising label. How do we know that A, these children are getting additional support, and B, that it's doing them any good? I mean, the stats suggest that it's actually not. It's not actually altering a very, very poor outcome for them. And that would be, you know, I think that we do need to be quite critical when we look at the data like that and say...
Look at the bar chart again and look at the percentage of children who are looked after with social, emotional, behavioural problems. 40%, 45% of these children are not in education, employment or training. 45% is half of them, just so you're aware. But anyway, we can change that, right? Yeah.
Well, I think as an antidote to the negative, what we have to say as well from the stuff that Mariella and Laura presented this morning is that many deaf young people, particularly those who go into higher education, are having very, very positive outcomes. I mean, the fact that employment rates are, for those who go into higher education, are no different from, or scarcely different from those who are not disabled, is actually very positive. So that suggests that having impairment, being deaf, certainly isn't saying you're not going to do well in life, but there are many, many other factors that are going to actually have a strong impact, and that we can never, I think, ignore the social dimension, the economic dimension of all this. Does anybody have any final comment they would like to make? Ema, do you? Mariella? Oh, is there somebody over here? Yeah.
Just briefly, I think that there's such a lot of legislative underpinning, and for that to mesh and for us to all be able to make more sense of it would be brilliant. I think it's coming. I think that the named person and more detail around that is going to give us, hopefully, a better way forward. But I think what's really exciting is what Scott was saying earlier on about a transitions coordinator role. That's left me thinking something really real can happen that can link across all of the regions, a role that is understood by everybody, because I think there's a lot of job titles, a lot of roles and remits that are variable, and it's really difficult to know who to speak to. What are we talking about? Definitions are variable. I think the transitions coordinator project role is a really interesting one. So I hope that Laura and co take that on board.
She's aware of it.
Okay, well, I think at that point, I'm just going to say thank you very much for coming. I think from my point of view, I have a sense that it's been positive, that we've done a lot of very interesting discussion. And of course, the point is to change things, so that is what we all have to make every effort to do. So thank you very much, and please come and have your evaluations.